Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, and on the Surrey live stream, of course, for this Royal London One Day Cup game between Surrey and Somerset. Good to have you with us as always on well, it's a very humid day today, I have to say. Cloudy, warm. We had a bit of rain earlier on in the morning. That disappeared very, very quickly. There is talk of a bit more rain later this afternoon, but we'll wait to see on that front. But for both these sides, it's been an interesting competition thus far. And again, some young men are going to get an opportunity today in the first team for both sides. Somerset played 5, lost 5. Surrey have played 5, won 1, tied 1 and lost 3. And Surrey coming off the back of a heavy defeat against Sussex on Sunday, whereas Somerset got to within 1 wicket of beating Middlesex. Fantastic effort from them. But looking forward to watching a couple of new names from this Somerset side for me, and also seeing a few of these young lads for Surrey out there in the middle, back here in South London. Delighted to say that alongside us, of course, because it's Somerset, and he arrived this morning looking absolutely resplendent in blazer, having brought the train down. I'm not saying he drove the train down, but he came down on the train this morning. Anthony Gibson, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Church.
How are we?
We're fine.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Good. Lovely to see you, as always. And as I say, for both these sides, it's been an interesting competition, hasn't it, so far?
Well, Somerset have come close to winning twice. Once when Ben Green almost single-handedly chased down Durham's total of 342 at Taunton, and sadly fell 9 runs short off the second ball of the last over, and then again last over finish against Middlesex on whenever it was
Sunday, I think Sunday, wasn't it? I'm losing track of days at the moment.
And again, they fought back really well against a strong Middlesex side. That's been their best performance. Good, Somerset. But the bottom line is that they've lost 5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
And even worse, they lost their last 3 at the end of last season's Royal London One Day Cup, which is 8 on the bounce, and that equals their worst ever sequence of defeats in this day cricket. Going back to they lost the last one in 1970, and then they lost the first 7 in 1971. So it's a big day for Somerset. They'll want to avoid breaking that record.
Absolutely, and I think from a Surrey point of view, there have been positives, and they've put that performance against Durham was absolutely outstanding, and then to get the tie against Warwickshire, but you have to say against Sussex on Sunday they were second best, and Pujara was absolutely outstanding with his 100, and then the batting, so that middle order did collapse a touch on Sunday. The first bit of news from the middle is Somerset have won the toss and decided to bowl, which is interesting because it means that Surrey will have to put a total on the board and then defend. They've sort of chased most of the games this season, so they're going to, I think that might work quite well for Surrey in the fact that they'll have 50 overs to bat and don't have to sort of aim at anything. I think when you're going in there as a young inexperienced side and 380s on the board off your 50 overs, then it can be quite difficult. So I think in a way that today, I think for Surrey, for this batting lineup, they've got an opportunity to sort of treat this as, right, let's just go out there and bat for 50 overs. Mr. Gibson, would you mind running through the Somerset side for us? And I'll have a go at the Surrey side.
Yeah, we in batting order, Andy Umeed and Matt Renshaw to open, Lewis Goldsworthy at 3, Josh Thomas, just 17 years old, at 4, George Bartlett at 5, James Rue, who made his maiden first-class century against Middlesex on Sunday, he's at 6. And then the bowlers, Casey Aldridge at 7, Ollie Sale at 8, Alfie Ogborn at 9, Jack Brooks at 10, and Jack Harding, young man he was born in Bristol, went to school just south of Bristol at Churchill, not far from Bristol Airport, left arm seam bowler. He will bring up the rear at number 11. So there's some batting at the top, but it's a long tail that for Somerset.
For Surrey, one change from the side that lost against Sussex on Sunday. Nathan Barnwell not in the side. Nick Kimber fit again. He wasn't very well, poor lad, at Hove. So Nick Kimber comes back into the side. So Ben Geddes, Ryan Patel, I think Nick O'Reefer will bat at 3 again. Josh Blake, Tom Law, Sheridan Gums, who shaped up very nicely in his first innings, signed on a sort of short-term contract from the academy. Conor McCurr, then Nick Kimber, Amar Verdi, Matt Dunn, and Yusuf Majid, the left-arm spinner, who's been mighty impressive for Surrey in this competition. Well, one familiar face has his headband on and is getting ready to get us started down there from the pavilion end. That's Jack Brooks. Ben Geddes, the Surrey captain, will be the man on strike. Ryan Patel will be at the non-strikers end. And both these sides in the Royal London One Day Cup wearing dark clothing, dark shirts, dark trousers. Somerset with a red tinge to their collar, and Surrey with the duck egg blue strikes. And as always, Jack Brooks, at the height of fashion, has a matching headband.
Jack Brooks at 38.
Yes.
His age is greater than the combined ages of Jack Harding and Josh Thomas.
Yes, well, don't remind him of that, especially just before he's about to bowl his first ball. So it will be Jack Brooks to get us started, and it will be Ben Geddes, the Surrey captain, on strike. The Somerset captain, Matt Renshaw, is stood in at first slip. Here we go then. Jack Brooks with the first ball of the day, coming in over the wicket, and it climbs on Geddes as he looks to punch off the back foot, beats the edge. And that is taken by James Rue away to his right. I think if these Surrey batters have been guilty of anything in the last couple of games, Anthony Gibson, it's been not having a look. I think, and a little bit there with Ben Geddes. First ball of the day, and hasn't really had a look at Jack Brooks. And he's actually rehearsing now, just letting balls like that go outside his off stump as Brooks is over the wicket to Geddes. And Geddes this time does cut up and over the top of backward point, and that'll run away.
That's
down
Jack Harding in
to
the
third
game.
man. There he is, young Jack Harding, down there to our right-hand side. Josh Thomas is 17 years old. Geddes is off the mark with a single and Surrey on one without loss.
It looks like a used pitch, this
Yes,
one.
I think it is.
Which game was it used
Well, I'm
for?
wondering if it's been used for a 100 game, because obviously we've had the Oval Invincibles playing here. So to me, it looks like it may have been used for a 100 game. It's sort of slap bang in the middle of the pitch. So obviously, unless something goes dramatically wrong, those games last around about 200 balls, as it's going to be the left-handed Ryan Patel on strike. Well, to some of the games I've seen they haven't. As in over the wicket comes Brooks, and Patel is forward and plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. He's a very important senior batsman in this competition for Surrey. Is Ryan Patel. Has been very good so far in the competition. 67 not out against Durham at Northumberland, 118 against Middlesex at Radlett. Looked very good for his 65 on Sunday against Sussex at Hove. As Brooks is in to Patel, and it's a no ball from Jack Brooks, as it was back of a length and he was looking to pull it. It's come off the thigh guard, so we have a no ball and a free hit here for Ben Geddes.
Poor start by Jack Brooks.
Well, he's just checking.
Is
Exactly.
that umpire Shanmugam?
It is indeed. Yes, there's some
First
new
time I've seen
umpires.
him.
Yes,
Yep.
new umpires as well in this competition. So Jack Brooks is really asking the umpire exactly where that front foot landed, and he's showing him.
Surendiran Shanmugam.
Indeed.
Does he contract his Christian, not his forename, or is he?
I don't know. It's my first.
Surendiran.
Well, it's my first sighting of him, I have to say. Well, he was lovely the other day. James Treadwell was at Guildford. Lovely to see James Treadwell.
Yeah, he umpired the Middlesex game for us.
Yeah, it was excellent. 4 without loss. Now, the field is changing. They're going to stick 2 men back on that cover boundary. This is a free hit for Ben Geddes, and Geddes swing and a miss. Well bowled by Jack Brooks, got it right up there in the block hole. And Geddes looked to give himself some room. It beat the edge of the bat, and it's taken by Rue, and it's like Piccadilly Circus out there, because Renshaw will now go back to a more orthodox fielding setup. He'll go back into slip. Well, Matt Renshaw has Surrey 4 without loss in this first over. A bit of sun coming through the clouds, watery sunshine, as up on his toes goes Ben Geddes, and that was sort of the ball he got first up in the game that he looked to force off the back foot. That one he was right in behind it defensively and playing it out into the offside, and there was no run.
Not the biggest crowd I've seen at the Oval so far, but there is a bit of competition just up the road.
Yes, test match today, of course, getting underway as over the wicket comes Brooks, and that's on the pads of Geddes, hits the pads as he's looking to work that one down towards fine leg. Well, England are batting there at Lord's, So South Africa won the toss and decided to bowl, and they're in the first over, and England are 2 without loss. We've had our first over here in South London, and Surrey, having been stuck in by Somerset, find themselves 5 without loss.
So how come Rory Burns isn't in the Surrey team?
Well, I think what they've looked at really is that I think he's played an awful lot of cricket over the last few months, and I think they've sort of looked at it as Ben Geddes gets to captain, bit of an experience for him, and they're also looking at what's coming in September. And you know, they've got those 3 championship games, they're top of the championship. I think he needs a break as well. You know, he's got a young family, and I think very sensibly they've sort of said to him, because he was in the 100, but he wasn't going to play. You know, he was never going to play. He'd have just been running on drinks the whole time in the 100.
Here we got Casey Aldridge from the Vauxhall end, bowling to Geddes. That's his full and wide outside the off stump, so wide that it's signalled as a wide.
Mr. Gibson, I've been very much looking forward to watching Mr. Aldridge, because I was very impressed with him in that championship game back at Taunton. I thought there was a little bit of the Jake Balls, and there's a little bit of the Hazelwoods about this action as well.
He's in again and bowls to Geddes, full of length and driven, but fielded in the covers by George Bartlett at extra cover. 6 without loss. We're in the second over. Somerset winning the toss and asking Surrey to have a bat. No doubt, well, partly because they prefer to chase Somerset, but also there's thunderstorms being forecast, and there is an advantage in knowing what you've got to do if you're batting second if there's weather in the offing. Aldridge bowls, and this is driven handsomely through the offside. That was floated up, a half volley outside the off stump, and fairly hammered between cover point and extra cover for the first boundary of the morning, and a very handsome one it was too.
A little bit of swing there for Aldridge, but that basically swung into the middle of Ben Geddes' bat, and that was a lovely shot, whistling away through the covers for 4.
Certainly was. Ben Geddes, 136 runs at 27 before today, as this is played up to Harding at mid-on, who's a little bit slow in taking off. They might have stolen a single, but Harding recovered.
He started very well. 73 against Leicestershire at Guildford, then 35 against Durham. Then he's been a bit shorter runs in the last 3. 9 against Warwickshire, 7 against Middlesex, and 12 against Sussex for the captain.
Aldridge is in and bowls to Geddes, another full-length delivery, which again is driven but not timed on this occasion.
Bit of swing for him though, away from the bat of Ben Geddes.
There's no Josh Davey in the Somerset side today. He was in the squad. He has been injured with a hamstring, and I think, well, some of us were half expecting him to play, but he's being rested a little bit longer. As this is taken on the pad, as it just ducks back in to Geddes from outside the off stump and runs out into the offside. So it's a fairly callow Somerset team with an average age, even with Jack Brooks in the side, of I think just under 22 probably, which is slightly older I think than the average age of the Surrey team. There was not much in it, as Aldridge is in and bowls. That's a better delivery on just pulled his length back there. It's defended out into the offside. So just the handsome 4 runs in the course of the over after 2 overs, 10 without loss, 6 to Ben Geddes, and Ryan Patel yet to score.
Yeah, the average age of this Surrey side, I think I'm right in saying, is 22 years and 4 months. Well, it was against Sussex, but then of course Nathan Barnwell was playing in that. Nick Kimber's come in. He's not that old, but I think it's probably gone up by a couple of months on average, but it would be a sort of the mid-22 years for this Surrey side, I would have thought, as Jack Brooks to bowl the 3rd over. Hazy sunshine now coming through the clouds. Ryan Patel still yet to get off the mark facing, as Brooks is in, and Patel will get off the mark because that's short and pulled away by Ryan Patel over the top of short fine leg and whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. So Ryan Patel with a boundary, his first scoring shot of the day, and Surrey move on to 14 without loss, but a bit too short that from Jack Brooks, trying the pitch out halfway down.
Yeah.
And on the hip of Ryan Patel. He likes it there, does Ryan Patel. He's a very good puller of the ball off his hip.
Doesn't look to be much pace in this pitch.
No, well, I think it has been used for the 100 as forward goes Patel, turns this one into the leg side. That'll run out to deep backward square. They're long old boundaries. Patel's coming back for the second, and actually he is safely home. But we'll see a bit of that today, I would have thought, because we're sort of slap bang in the middle of the square, and even though the boundary's been brought in a touch over there on the Archbishop Tennyson's school side of the ground and the Harleford Road, it's still a fairly long carry out there towards deep mid-wicket as over the wicket comes. Ooh. Brooks short and flashed over the top of the slip. Matt Renshaw, and away for 4 more, so a little short, little wide that from Jack Brooks, and Ryan Patel up and over the top of the slip cordon, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. Scoreboard's broken down, so Ryan Patel has moved on to 10. Surrey have moved on to 20 without loss, but our scoreboard's inside the ground still showing 10 without loss, so a few gremlins, and it might be the weather, a few gremlins in the works. As settling himself down once again is Ryan Patel, as Brooks is round the wicket to him, and footer of length, that's better from Jack Brooks, and Ryan Patel punches it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, spectators in the ground. I think it'll pick up as the day goes on. Of course, we're midweek, so lots of people at work, probably trying to get this game in before the train strike tomorrow. As round the wicket once again goes Jack Brooks, forward goes Patel. Much better length from Jack Brooks that, and Patel punching up towards mid-off, and there is no run. But the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, a few people dotted around in there, and away to our left in the Peter May stand, away to our left with the stage in there as well now, as round the wicket again goes Brooks, and forward comes Patel. That just tucks him up a touch for room as he looked to drop it into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 3 overs gone, and Surrey 20 without loss.
Well, that was an over that finished better than it started. 4-2-4... ... But given his experience, it's not a very good over from Jack Brooks. Don't think there's any future in dropping it short on this pitch, certainly not at Jack Brooks's modest pace these days. 38 years old he is. Casey Aldridge bowled very nicely up at Leicester on Friday, as last week. He's bowling to Geddes, who defends into the offside. He's relatively senior, is Casey Aldridge, in this Somerset seam attack. 21 years old.
Yes.
He'll be alongside Alfie Ogborn, who's 19, and Jack Harding, who's 18. With Josh Thomas bowling some slow left arm, probably, who's 17. Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is driven into the offside, but only as far as Ollie Sale, who's the second oldest of the seam quintet. He's 26, Ollie Sale, just come back from injury. He's been on Somerset's books since 2016, but has only played, before he made his debut in List A cricket against Middlesex, his only cricket for Somerset has been 12 T20 games. Aldridge is in and bowls, and that's defended to the offside.
As I say, at Taunton, I was hugely impressed with Casey Aldridge. He's just got lovely action.
He's taken 6 wickets in the competition so far, at a cost of 36.8 apiece, economy of 6.13. Best 3 for 40, that was at the Upton Steel county ground last Friday. Aldridge bowls and beats. In fact, he doesn't just beat Geddes, he finds Geddes' outside edge, and that's the first wicket. Ben Geddes just pushing forward at a ball that left him outside the off stump, and a thin edge through to wicketkeeper James Rue, who clutched it triumphantly. He's gone for 6, and Surrey 20 for 1.
Yeah, lovely bit of bowling from Casey Aldridge. Super length, and I was saying he's getting a little bit of a way swing, but that's just a lovely length from Casey Aldridge. And not sure there was a huge amount Ben Geddes could have done there. Really, it's just the length early on. And there was a little bit of late swing, hint of late swing. It's just a lovely piece of bowling. It really is. And Ben Geddes has got a good one there. And Nico Riefer will make his way out into the middle. Mr. Gibson, one thing we must mention straight away this morning was the news about Mr. Hildreth yesterday.
Yeah, sad.
And I was really,
sad,
I did send, and I did actually, I took to Twitter. I think that's the way you do it these days, isn't it? And I just said, one of the great batters I've seen during my time, and also it will be one of life's great mysteries how he never played for England. Yeah. That will be one of those great mysteries. But what a player! Yeah,
absolutely. But then a very sad exit. He played his last game of cricket for Somerset against Durham, and did his hamstring in the course of it, and so again was batting on one leg and was caught out in the deep, having a slog. Yeah. And as he walked off, I said that's probably the last time we'll see James Hildreth at the county ground. And he announced that he was going to retire at the end of the season, but then they had a scan on the hamstring, and clearly he wasn't going to be fit to play in any of the remaining Royal London One Day Cup games. So farewell, James Hildreth, one of
player.
Somerset's all-time greats.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Aldridge to the new batsman, who edges that down to third man for 4 runs. It's Nico Riefer.
Yeah, batting at 3 again. He batted at 3 at Hove on Sunday, but against nicely bowled by Casey Aldridge. And Renshaw's noticed that he's getting some swing, so he's got 2 slips in there. But actually, Riefer's played that pretty well, hasn't he? Soft hands all along the carpet and whistles away for 4 runs. But Renshaw's got 2 slips in now.
24 for 1. Nico Riefer, born in Bridgetown, Barbados, and this beats him outside the off stump, and he really got that one to go, did Casey Aldridge. Some quite marked away swing. You'd expect certainly the red ball to swing on a morning like this. It's very close here at the Oval. Heavy atmosphere, low clouds overhead and warm, and there's a bit of breeze as well, so pretty much perfect conditions for swing bowling. And that one much too good for Nico Riefer.
Gorgeous.
End of the over, 24 for 1.
Gorgeous delivery from Casey Aldridge. I think probably the reason that Geddes edged his was it was a bit fuller of length than that one to Nico Riefer, but still a lovely looking delivery. Here's Jack Brooks to bowl the 5th over, coming round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's flicking this off his pads into the leg side. There should be a couple here, and there will be a couple here.
That's Josh Thomas fielding that. He's got a number.
Wearing number 8.
He was numberless on the last game, whenever that was, Sunday.
Well, he's got a very big number 8 on his back. I think that's come from the printers. Found a new number 8 for him. As round the wicket goes Brooks to Patel, and Patel's in behind a shorter length delivery, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. 5th over, Surrey stuck in by Somerset this morning. 26 for 1 they are, and England are 7 for 1. Alex Lees has gone. So Lees has gone early there at Lord's, and Ben Geddes has gone early here at the Kia Oval as Brooks is in, and forward goes Patel. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Number 8 was Jamie Overton's number when he played for Somerset.
Absolutely, and Jay Overton recovering, poor chap, from finger and foot injury, poor lad. Yeah, so he did it in the last championship game. So injured on the first morning his finger in the slips, and then injured his foot bowling. As round the wicket once again goes, Jack Brooks. There's the tempter for Ryan Patel, and he's tempted, fuller of length, looking to drive, beats the edge. Rue takes that one, moving away to his left-hand side. So yes, he's obviously not playing the 100, and just recovering from those 2 injuries is Jamie Overton. So I think everybody keeping toes and fingers crossed. Everyone's hoping so. Yep. That's round the wicket again goes Brooks. That swung thick inside edge from Patel. Quick singles taken up towards mid-on, and he'll get a single. Well, Ryan Patel just came back into him a touch, and he moves on to 13, and Surrey move on to 27 for 1. If Surrey don't play that it sounds a strange thing to say, but the first week of county cricket resuming, Surrey don't play that week, and then they've got three on the spin, 2 away and 1 here.
Who have you got away?
Northamptonshire first up, then Yorkshire here, and then Lancashire at Old Trafford.
That's the
final game of the season. That could be good, couldn't it?
Game, yeah.
As in over the wicket again goes Brooks to Reefer, and Reefer's up on his toes, playing this one down towards backward point. End of the over, 5 gone, and 27 for 1. Surrey, Ged is the man to have gone, caught behind off Casey Aldridge for 6, Nico Reefer's on 4, and Ryan Patel's on 13.
Could be a real climax, that, because presumably both sides will have their England players back
absolutely
available. So.
And I think the only thing is, and obviously the fixtures come out this way, but I suppose the disappointment that everyone keeps mentioning is that Surrey and Hampshire don't play each other again. They've only played each other the once this season. So it's going to be fascinating, though. It really is. But it seems a long way away at the moment. And it'll be quite strange to sort of just restart the car for that. But no, looking forward to it, very much so.
Aldridge then to bowl another over. He's in to bowl to Patel, who's caught quite brilliantly by Matt Renshaw, diving away to his left at slip. I thought it had gone past him, but he plucked it out of the air. Wow. Magnificent catch by Renshaw, who's standing quite wide at slip, just watching the replay. What a dive. I mean, goodness me. That's one of the best catches I've seen all season.
Well, it's an unbelievable catch, because he's literally caught it in the end of his fingers. And that is a naughty bit of cricket from Matt Renshaw, because he's hung in the air as well. That's the other thing. He's in the air for a while there, and he's just come up with it. Left hand. It's an absolute...
I hope someone's got a photograph
blinder of a catch, that.
I hope someone's got a photograph of that with him in mid-air. Quite stunning catch.
Wonderful bit of cricket. And Aldridge has 2 now, but that is just a wonderful bit of cricket from Matt Renshaw. And as I say, just hung in the air. He's covered off second slip there. Well, no, actually, he's wide. So he's almost at third slip. He's taking that at third slip, is Renshaw. Who needs 3 slips when you got Matt Renshaw? But he's obviously delighted with that as well. So terrific catch, and it brings Josh Blake out into the middle.
Good piece of bowling as well. Yeah. Just angled it across the left-hander, who had to play at it just in case Casey Aldridge got it to hold its own and come back in towards the stumps. But tremendous catch by Somerset's acting skipper. That was a captain's catch, that was.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Matt Renshaw. So that is a naughty catch, that, from Matt Renshaw. And you could see, you always know with the reaction of the player who's taking it, and he's sort of thrown the ball up and then just got a massive grin on his face, hasn't he? Because, as I say, he's virtually taken that at third slip, because he's standing very wide. So, yeah, I think he's realised now, probably better to have another slip in there to save him doing all those spectaculars, really.
So Josh Blake, 18 years old. No, he's not. He's 23. His number is 18. 23. Born in Carshalton. So he's served quite a long apprenticeship in club cricket. He's waiting now as Aldridge is in. 2 slips go down, and this is just pushed up to mid-off.
Yeah, he'll be keen to find a run, because he started really well in the competition, and then his last 2 innings, 1 ball and 2 ball ducks, so he'll be very keen to find a run here. He's
done a lot of coaching.
Beautifully, yeah,
done a lot of coaching for Chance to Shine.
Yeah, and Surrey Cricket Foundation as well. So great for him to be getting this opportunity.
Calls very close to my heart. Here's Aldridge in and bowls to Blake, full of length and driven into the offside, but without timing. It's fielded by Thomas at extra cover and the Surrey Cricket Foundation. So,
yeah,
well done, Josh Blake. He's been given his chance by Surrey.
Kept beautifully, actually. He really has. But as I say, he'll just be keen to get one on his hip here.
27 for 2 in the 6th over. Being bowled by Casey Aldridge to Josh Blake, who's taken on the pad, but he got his pad outside the off stump, and there may have been a little bit of bat involved as well, so no appeal.
I think the other thing that Aldridge got there is he's naturally a tall lad anyway. Was that extra bounce on Ryan Patel. But yeah, as I say, I was so impressed with him at Taunton. He's just got a lovely action.
He has.
There is a bit of the Hazelwoods in there, and there's a bit of the Jake Balls as well.
Here he comes again. Nice smooth approach. He's up to the wicket and bowls a full length delivery again, giving the ball every chance to swing is Casey Aldridge, and bowling really well. Of the two Somerset opening bowlers, he's looked much the more likely to take wickets because he's been bowling the right length. Jack Brooks has been too short too often.
Yeah, full of length on here without a shadow of a doubt. We're seeing it with Aldridge.
This muggy morning at the Oval. Aldridge is there and bowls again, pitching it right up to Josh Blake, who defends stoutly out into the offside. It's the end of another over, and it's 27 for 2. And I was just searching for Aldridge. 2 for 9. Yeah, Casey Aldridge figures in 3 overs.
Wicket maiden there from Casey Aldridge, but wonderful catch from Matt Renshaw, because as I say, he's taken it on the end of his fingers at third slip, so he's at full stretch. And the other thing he's done so well is as he hit the ground, he managed to hang on to it, because sometimes your elbow hits the ground and knocks the ball out. As here's Jack Brooks starting the 7th over to Nico Reifer, and Reifer's in behind a back of a length delivery, just pushes this one out towards cover. Bartlett comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. Just looked up, and a few more spectators are making their way into the ground now. As I say, I think it will build up as the day goes on. Of course, it's Wednesday though, so middle of the week. As over the wicket comes Brooks to Reifer. That one comes back at Reifer, thick inside edge. It's going to run away down towards Ollie Sale, and his magnificent hair as well. Ollie Sale, as you know, Mr. Gibson, I'm a big fan of the longer hair.
When he's bowling, he puts it up into a sort of Rory Burn.
Well, there it is on the Surrey live stream. Excellent camera work as always, and there it is. It's an excellent look. That it really is.
Quite a mane, isn't it?
Yes, it's very good. Very good.
Put it up into a little man bun when he comes on.
Excellent. Very good. As waiting is Blake. Just you saying that always makes me smile. You saying man bun makes me smile, Mr. Gibson. As round the wicket comes Brooks to Josh Blake, and Blake is forward and he's off the mark. Opens the face, just guides it down towards third man. There is Sale again to do the fielding. They will pick up a single, one more to the total. And Blake off the mark, and Surrey 29 for 2.
A nice tweet from Richard Winter, with whom I was at school many years ago at Monkton Combe. What a catch to dismiss Patel. Watching in car with test match on the radio outside a dentist.
Oh no.
Where he's been taking an elderly lady for a dental appointment.
As driving back down the ground is Reifer, and Brooks does the fielding.
So good for you, Richard. He's part of the Nuffield Good Neighbour scheme.
Well done, sir. Well done.
We met up for a reunion in Bath.
Oh, very nice. Nice place to reunion.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice pub.
Did you go?
Raven.
It's about
which specialises in pies.
Well, ideal.
Yeah,
absolutely ideal for a reunion. As over the wicket once again goes Brooks, and Reifer's up on his toes, looking to punch off the back foot. Doesn't time this at all. That just bosses out towards Bartlett at extra cover. Oh, there's some lovely parts of Bath, aren't there? The old Roman baths as well.
Well, Richard and I were at school at Monkton Combe, which is only 3 or 4 miles the other side of Bath.
I like the Royal Crescent in Bath.
You've stayed at the hotel, have you?
No. I feel I should have done. As over the wicket once again comes Brooks. Oh, and that one does swing late at Reifer as he looks to drive. Potter's out there towards cover, and there is no run. End of the over, 7 gone, and Surrey 29 for 2, having been put in by Somerset. Those 2 to go. Ben Geddes caught behind off Aldridge for 6, and Ryan Patel falling to a wonderful catch from Matt Renshaw, again off Aldridge for 13.
What is a pass score in 50 over cricket here at the Oval?
Well, I personally think up around 280, 300.
Yeah, that's pretty much true everywhere now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You need to have 300 on the board to get any confidence that the other side won't chase it down. Aldridge then to bowl his 4th over. He's in bowls, and Josh Blake defends back up the pitch. Got the 2 slips. I think that's George Bartlett. No, it's not George Bartlett. George Bartlett is at extra cover, so I'm not sure who that is at 2nd slip. Matt Renshaw is at a wide 1st slip, as Aldridge is in a bowls a Yorker, which is dug out well by Josh Blake and fielded by Jack Brooks. It's Andy Umeed who's at 2nd slip. You probably haven't seen Andy Umeed before.
He's played for Scotland.
Yeah,
yes, that's right.
He's a Scot.
That's right.
And he played a few games for Warwickshire.
Right, I think I have.
2017.
I think I have.
He's a solid opening batter. This is edged, but doesn't carry to Renshaw at 1st slip, who doesn't field it cleanly on the bounce, but recovers well enough, and there's no run.
Yeah, good bit of bowling again from Aldridge. Just for a moment, Josh Blake set off for a single as well, and he bounced a good couple of foot in front of Renshaw, but you see Renshaw's throwing the ball back because Josh Blake sort of got a bit lost with where he was going there for a second.
29 for 2 as Aldridge is into Blake, again full of length, and played just to the right of Lewis Goldsworthy, who's at backward point, and they come through for 2 runs, so 31 for 2. Blake on to 3. Just have a look at this is his 6th game, Josh Blake, in the Royal London One Day Cup this season. 84 runs at 21, best of 44, as this is a play and a miss. Well, I'm not sure, he may just have brought his bat inside the line.
Well bowled though again.
Certainly the shot that he just rehearsed.
It's very well bowled, this from Casey Aldridge.
It's the length that I like.
Yeah, it's very good, very good. You know, you wonder whether Renshaw might even think about getting a 3rd slip in at the moment. He's got 2, but the way that Aldridge is bowling.
He's in at bowls and play. I was going to say it takes him on the pad and runs down to Renshaw at 1st slip. End of a good over from Casey Aldridge. His 4th over. 2 for 11 he has, and after 8 overs, Surrey, who were put in here this morning at the Oval by Somerset, 31 for 2.
Other games, Derbyshire and Kent, it's raining, so there will be an inspection at 1:30 at Derby. Durham are 27 for 2 against Sussex up at Chesley Street. Essex are 33 for 1 against Yorkshire at Chelmsford. Glamorgan at Neath are 34 for 2 against Lancashire. Gloucestershire 31 for 1 against Leicestershire at Bristol. Northamptonshire 26 for 1 against Worcestershire at Northampton, as Jack Brooks from the Pavilion End is into Nico Reefer to start the 9th over, and Reefer just punches off the back foot into the covers, and Bartlett gets round to do the fielding. Delayed start between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. Inspection at 11:30 for that one. So there's a bit of rain up north, and there is talk of rain this way sort of at 4 o'clock this afternoon. There's the odd talk of a thunderstorm as Brooks is in and Reefer drives back down the pitch again, and Brooks does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So yeah, there is talk of, there is an amber weather warning for this part of the world.
We had a lot of rain yesterday afternoon in Somerset.
Well, I drove
more rain yesterday afternoon than in the whole of July.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I drove back from Cardiff last night, and it was, oh dear, it was dicey getting out of South Wales last night as Brooks over the wicket he comes once again to Reefer, Yorker. Bit of bat on that. That's well played by Reefer. He got something on it. That was the key thing. And
just a little bit quicker, that one from Jack Brooks.
It was a good bit of bowling from Jack Brooks. He's just having a grin with Nico Reefer, and Reefer Moves on to 6, 32 for 2.
First time I've seen Nico Riefer bat. I've seen him field on a good many occasions.
Yes, you have, haven't you, in Championship?
Go-to
Yes.
12th man.
Yes.
Because he is a very good fielder.
He made a 50 here against Warwickshire in this competition, as round the wicket goes Brooks to Blake, and Blake is forward and drills this one back down the ground. Brooks gets hands on it off his own bowling, and there's no run. But yes, he's if he gets in, I think the thing with Nico Riefer is it's the getting in bit. But if he gets in, he's a lovely player to watch. 45 not out against Leicestershire at Guildford, then 53 against Warwickshire here, 15 against Middlesex and 1 against Sussex. As round the wicket again goes Brooks to Blake, and just opens the face of the bat to a good length ball, guides this one down towards third man, and they will pick up another single. That'll be one more to the total. 33 for 2 now, as Riefer comes back onto strike on 6. So yes, I think the Nico Riefer, it's that initial period in his innings early on, like for most players. But if he gets in, he's got some lovely shots, as Brooks is into him, and Riefer turns this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Tidy over this from Jack Brooks, and that is the end of a tidy over from Jack Brooks. So 9 gone for Surrey, batting first here in South London today. Somerset winning the toss, sticking them in. Just that single off the over from Jack Brooks. Casey Aldridge to continue, bowl his 5th over, and Surrey are 32 for 2.
Yeah, and really apart from those 3 short balls from Jack Brooks, which went for 4-2-4, the Somerset bowling has been accurate and well judged, pitching the ball up, making the batsman play. Aldridge to bowl his 5th over and the last over of the power play. He's in and bowls, and this takes Blake on the pad, I think, and runs down to Nigel Long. Signals elegantly a leg by.
I've seen a lot of Nigel Long this season.
First time I think I've seen him, actually.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Nigel Long this season.
I've seen a lot of Chris Watts just recently.
I saw him at Scarborough, and then at Radlett last week as well.
He's
well-built man.
Yeah, he is. He seems a more than competent umpire. Aldridge in and bowls, and it's not a very good shot from Nico Riefer, as he was going for some sort of drive, and the ball squirted off the inside edge out to mid-wicket. It's hurried into the shot by Casey Aldridge, who I think is a little bit quicker than he looks. He was going for a big off drive, was Nico Riefer.
Yeah, that's the shot of a man when you're on about 80 that he was playing there. Nico Riefer on the up through the covers.
35 for 2. Aldridge to Blake, who is beaten outside the off stump by another really good delivery from Casey Aldridge, who is bowling as well here this morning as he did against Leicestershire, on a pitch that was behaving in much the same way at the Upton Steel County Ground on the first morning. That was a brutally hot day, and the pitch had more than a touch of green about it first thing, and for the first hour it was helping Casey Aldridge and the other seamers. This is again pitched right up, appeal for LBW, not really supported from behind the stumps. It was a lone appeal by Casey Aldridge and answered in the negative by Nigel Long. And after that the pitch got easier, and then when Somerset came out to bat, the effect of the heat began to tell, and there was some variable bounce, and it just got slower and slower and slower. But there wasn't much anyone could do about that. It was just, as I say, a ferociously hot day. Full toss, driven away through the offside for 4 runs. That's the first really bad ball that Casey Aldridge has produced, and he kicks at the footholds as he makes his way back past the umpire to his mark.
Yeah, nicely put away
for 2
by Josh Blake. He actually took a couple of paces down the pitch to him as well there, did Blake, but just met the full toss and put bat on it, and it whistled away through the covers and away for 4.
Aldridge is there and bowls another full toss, which again is played away through the offside and again will produce 4 runs. Not as well timed as the previous shot, but it's a fast outfield here at the Oval, and George Bartlett had no chance of overhauling that. So 2 loose deliveries from Casey Aldridge, which rather spoilt his spell. It's the end of the first 10 over power play, so Somerset can put 2 more fielders out, and at the end of it 43 for 2 with Riefer on 7 and Blake on 12.
Yeah, interesting for Renshaw here. He's, I think, going to get his first change of bowling. Aldridge there, the first couple of bad deliveries he's bowled, looking for the Yorker because he's been brilliant so far. So Ollie Sale is coming into the attack to replace Jack Brooks. 43 for 2, Surrey. Blake with 12 to his name, Riefer on 7. The thing that stood out so far this morning is that catch from Matt Renshaw, and that'll start doing the rounds, I'm sure, on the old social media at some point today.
Ollie Sale took his career best list day figures in his, was bound to be his career best list day figures. It's the first wickets he's taken in list day cricket.
He's man-bunned and head-banded. As over the wicket he comes, right arm over, his first ball's very short and wide, and Reefer's gone after it, bottom edge behind him.
3 for 80 he got against Middlesex in 10 overs. But he picked up some late wickets which put the pressure on Middlesex and Somerset very nearly.
That would have been a heck of a win, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
because they're a good Middlesex side, I think.
They were cruising as well when in the middle overs.
Over the wicket comes Sale to Riefer. Riefer's up on his toes, chops this one down towards third man. Will just be a single. And that's 1 more to the total, 1 more to Nico Riefer. He moves on to 8. Surrey 44 for 2. England 29 for 2.
Yeah, who's the other?
Zach Crawley.
Oh.
So it's Ollie Pope and Joe Root.
You wonder how long they're going to persevere with Zach Crawley, don't you?
Yeah, look, I admire the sticking with him, but there does come a time where it could get detrimental to Zach Crawley as well. That's the problem. 44 for 2 as the left-handed Blake on the strike as Sale comes around the wicket to him. That's down the leg side. Wide will be the signal. So 1 more to the total. 45 for 2. And it's also, what does it say to those that might be the next in line doing what they've been asked to do and can't get a look at the moment? So who knows? Zach Crawley might smash 100 in the second innings.
Got to be banging on the door,
well, absolutely, I think so.
Got to give him his chance.
Well, that Lions team looked fabulous. As round the wicket once again is Sale. That's down the leg side again. This will be another wide. That's well taken by Rue, diving away to his right hand side. It's just nice to have Test cricket again. Sort of might change the narrative a touch for a couple of weeks. 46 for 2. Blake 12 not out. Riefer on 8. Renshaw, the captain, stood in there at first slip, probably discussing his catch again with Rue as round the wicket goes Sale. That's better. Forward goes Blake, pushes this one down towards backward point. George Bartlett gets round to do the fielding. Apologies, Lewis Goldsworthy in there at backward point does the fielding, and there's no run.
Lewis Goldsworthy, who made 96, I think it was, when these two sides last met here in this competition at the Oval. Match that Surrey almost won, but were denied by the weather. The rain arriving when they'd completed just 8 overs of their innings.
Round the wicket again goes Sale. Forward goes Blake. Pushes this one out into the offside.
And judging by the weather forecast, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that rain could intervene this afternoon and quite possibly deny Somerset.
Well, I'm just seeing that sort of about 4 o'clock. They're saying chances of a thunderstorm about 4 o'clock. And if it's anything like what I drove through last night, it will be spectacular. Waits again does the left-handed Blake. Sail round the wicket to him once more, and Blake's forward, gets his front foot just outside the line, hits the pad, rolls away to Goldsworthy. In there in the gully, and there's no run.
Typical aggressive Aussie captaincy here from Matt Renshaw, keeping himself in at slip.
Well, he didn't need anybody else, does he? He's taking up first slip, second slip and third slip today. Here's Matt Renshaw with that catch he took earlier to dismiss Ryan Patel as sails in again. Forward goes Blake and just nudges this one up towards mid-on. Umeed gets round to do the fielding. They'll pick up another single. End of the over. 11 overs gone. And Surrey 47 for 2 with Blake on 13 and Reefer on 8.
Grumpy Git over there in Cork.
Ah, yes.
Cork in Ireland. What an absolute worldie by Matt Renshaw. Worldie.
Yes, indeed.
Leading by example. Don't think Somerset can win this one, but if we can still be in it in the final over, then who knows? Hope springs.
I love that for a Grumpy Git. Optimistic. Yeah, the captain's just taken one of the great catches of all time, and already at quarter to 12,
no
can't win this one.
No chance.
Can't win this one.
Well, this isn't the Surrey side that we're used to seeing. How many players have you lost to injury in the 100? It's about 15, is it?
I think it is, yeah. Slightly forgotten who plays for Surrey now in the Championship. It seems like so long ago.
Big moment here for young Jack Harding. Left-arm seam bowler. Shock of blonde hair. Well, it's dyed blonde, I think.
Yes, I think that's peroxide.
Yeah. He's in to bowl to Josh Blake, who turns that up to Jack Brooks at mid-on, and there won't be a run. It's hard for us to tell. We're high up in the JM Finn stand at the Vauxhall end of the ground, and it's quite hard to tell how tall the players are, but Jack Harding I wouldn't have thought was 6 foot. He's in bowls, full toss, which is turned down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely put away again by Josh Blake.
And that's the 50 on the board for Surrey, 50 in the 12th over.
Nicely played by Josh Blake. Just looking again for the Yorker with his second ball of this spell, Harding, and it just turns out to be a low full toss on the angle. Nicely put away. Aldridge there, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. Outstanding, really was.
Jack Harding, born in Bristol, went to school at Churchill in North Somerset. This is pushed into the offside for a single by Blake as Aldridge comes in off the boundary.
Well, with his shock of blonde hair as well, you always, when you see someone, I always say this, you think of other bowlers, and I've sort of been saying there's a bit of the Hazelwoods about Aldridge and Jake Balls about Aldridge, a bit of Luke Woods with that shock of blonde hair as well, and the action.
Could be channeling Peter Siddle as well.
Yes, he could be, yeah, with his blonde hair.
Yeah. Peter Siddle is on his way back to Australia. Harding is in and bowls and takes Nico Reefer on the pad and appeals. Nobody else does, but got that past the bat, and Nigel Long signals leg by. So 53 for 2 in the 12th over. He bowls a lively fast medium, I think is probably the best way of describing it. Jack Harding. Just a little bit of a stutter in his run-up. He's there now and bowls. Full length delivery, which is driven down the ground. And the skipper is in pursuit, but won't be able to haul it in. So 4 runs. So he's gone for a couple of boundaries in his first over as Jack Harding looking for the Yorker there again. Or either that, or he's just looking to pitch it right up to give it a chance to swing. But whatever, it turned into a half volley, and Josh Blake dealt with it very handsomely. Moves on to 22. No slip now for Harding to Blake, and a little bit of swing there. Would have been a way swing to a right-hander, in swing to a left-hander, and well, an expensive over. He's gone for 10, but quite an ordeal if you're 18 years old, bowling your first over in senior cricket at the Oval, and he gets an encouraging pat on the backside from his skipper as Matt Renshaw walks past. End of the over, 12th over of the innings, 57 for 2, 8 to Reefer and 22 to Blake.
Yeah, 30 these two have now put on in 6 overs. And Ollie Sale to continue. There's a touch of the thaws about Ollie Sale. I don't know if I'm not sure you'd be an Avenger fan, Mr. Gibson, but Thor, Chris Hemsworth. It's a touch of the thaws.
I go back, my Avengers goes back to Diana Rigg.
Yes, so it's not Diana Rigg, no. It's not that Avengers, although I enjoyed that an awful lot. As in over the wicket comes Sale, and up on his toes goes Nico Reefer. Plays this one down towards third man. We'll get a single. More to the total. No, Thor is the one who has a magic hammer, I think. And yeah, but he has a sort of the Sale look as well there. Not sure what Thor bowls, but Mr. Sale bowling right on round the wicket to.
Well, Thor was a Norse god.
Yes, he was. Well,
after whom Thursday is named.
That didn't come up in the Avengers, funnily enough. No, nobody mentioned that. As round the wicket comes Sale, and this one's turned leg side by Blake out there towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. As he was saving the world, it was never mentioned that Thursday was named after him. 59 for 2. Although I think in those films, I may have this wrong, but I think Iron Man's wife may have had, her name was a day of the week. Might have been even Monday, I think, from memory. Yes. Over the wicket comes Sale to Reefer, up on his toes again, punching to backward point. Goldsworthy gets across to do the fielding. He's done well there, Goldsworthy, because pitch there covered up with some matting.
He hasn't really got going yet, Nico Reefer, has he?
No, at Guildford he took a while to get going as well. But actually, I think that's not a bad thing. I think, from what I've seen of Nico Reefer, just needs to sort of have a look first before the big shots come out. He's got himself to 9 as Sale is over the wicket to him, and Reefer's forward. Solid looking defensive shot that just plays it out into the offside.
He looks a lot happier bowling at right-handers, Ollie Sale. Struggling with his line, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. He might be better off bowling over the wicket to the left-hander as well.
Yeah, he just speared the ball down the leg side when he came round the wicket. 59 for 2, Surrey, in this 13th over. This Royal London one-day game, as over the wicket goes Sale. That's well bowled. Good length that from Sale. Pushed away by Nico Reefer out into the offside, and again there is no run. Yeah, it's rather nice to have Test cricket underway again across the river at Lords.
It is.
And all the build
must be the latest start to a Test series.
Oh, absolutely. 3 tests, isn't it, against South Africa, and then 19 million one-day games, I think. That might be slightly exaggerating. 18 million. As in over the wicket once again goes Sale. This is punched by Reefer off the back foot. Doesn't really time it again, Nico Reefer. That just rolls out into the covers, and there is no run. 13 overs gone then. 59 for 2, Surrey, here on BBC Radio Surrey, BBC Radio Somerset. And another 37 overs remain for Surrey. And this partnership is now worth 32.
There you are. You see, Grockles informs us
Ah.
the Thor image hasn't been lost on players. It's Ollie's present nickname.
Ah, very good, you see.
He's a bit
there
shorter
you go.
than Hemsworth.
He is a little shorter than Hemsworth.
Yeah.
But there you go. So that is his nickname. So, yeah, there is a look at the thaws about him. You know, what day of the week was he born? It'd be ideal if it was Thursday.
It would, wouldn't it? Jack Harding to bowl another over. He's bowling to left-handed Josh Blake. Left-hander to left-hander, and beats him with a good one outside the off stump that goes through with good carry.
Yeah.
To James Rue behind the stumps.
Nicely bowled, wasn't it?
Yeah. James
Whippy.
Rue, who's down to come in at number 6 today. He opened the innings against Middlesex and scored his maiden century. And was obviously very, very happy at close of play, but disappointed at the outcome. Oh, and this is a poor shot from Josh Blake, who waved his bat at a wide ball. Could easily have just feathered that through to James Rue.
Be very glad, obviously, that you got nothing on that, because it was a very short, wide delivery.
Just a hint of sun breaking through the clouds. Players just beginning to cast shadows as Harding is in and bowls, and running through for a leg by as Umeed knocks out the middle stump. Rather gratuitous return. If that had clipped one of the other stumps and run away, there could have been overthrows.
Good short ball that from young Mr. Harding. Nicely directed that. Blake, a difficult one for Blake to get out of the way of. Nicely bowled.
60 for 2. Harding going to be bowling to the right-hander for the first time. This is clipped down to fine leg, but long leg is fairly fine. And the throw comes in, and it's just a single. I think that's Josh Thomas down there in front of the players' dressing rooms.
It's a T20 today, Ireland against Afghanistan, and Kevin O'Brien has announced his retirement from international cricket. Well, what a player he's been for Ireland over the years.
Yeah. Harding to Blake, good ball. Just he's getting a little bit of swing. Is Jack Harding, a little bit of in swing to the left-hander.
Yeah, I think I want to be bowling at Reefer. Well, the left armour, because
he's
first
settled down now.
Yeah, he has.
I think he was a little bit nervous in his first over.
He's got you commentated on him. It's enough to make anybody
stutter in mid approach. He's there now and bowls, and this again is pitched right up and well fielded by Umeed at short extra cover, diving to his left end of the over. 61 for 2, and just the 2 runs from that Jack Harding over. He's got figures of 0 for 11 in his 2 overs.
How is everything in the world of farming in Somerset? I suppose it's tough at the moment with the weather, isn't it?
Well, the rain has come just in time. I mean, it's been a fantastically good harvest.
Yeah.
Because we got plenty of rain in June, and the crops look as good as I've ever seen them. And of course, they've been harvested in ideal conditions as well. Some of the grain has come off the field so warm it's had to be cooled rather than dried, which is the usual thing. But there isn't much grass about.
No, there isn't. As Sale from the pavilion end, starting the 15th over, short ball to Nico Reefer, who just helps it off his hip into the leg side. He'll get a single on Nico Reefer, and that moves him on to 11. 62 for 2. Yes, there's some the sort of aerial shots of the country at the moment, but very parched.
Cattle do well in hot weather. They enjoy it.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, the old saying, "Bullock's like a farmer, never happier than when he's got the sun on his back."
Well, there you are, you see. So a happy bullock is a happy farmer. Yes, well, the other way round.
Nice bit of sunshine.
Yeah, it's lovely. Maybe I was a bullock in my previous life. As round the wicket comes Sale, and this one's turned by Blake out towards deep mid-wicket. And they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total. 1 more to Blake.
And before I get loads of outraged tweets from farmers, we do need some more rain to get the grass growing again, because farmers are having to feed their winter fodder in a lot of cases now. So some nice rain now, and then some late silage to be made during September or October would be ideal.
Absolutely. 25 to Blake. There's Mead in there now as the one slip. Sale comes over the wicket to the right-handed Blake, who's had a reefer.
It's mixed. It's not as good as last year, but it's not a disaster.
Over the wicket once again comes Sale, driving his reefer. It's a good-looking shot. Away through the covers, and that's going to whistle off to the boundary rope for 4. So he almost played that as if he was looking to go square of the wicket, but it's raced through extra cover. And the dive from George Bartlett, but it was away past him, and Reefer moves on to 15. And as I say, he does play some lovely shots. Nico Reefer, 67 for 2. He hit a one-handed 6 here against Warwickshire, which went into the middle tier of the pavilion of the spinner. Extraordinary shot, really is. Sale is in once more. Reefer's on the back foot this time, just pushes down towards backward point, and there's no run. Because, of course, you won a bronze medallion.
Bronze medal for my side.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, it's not a fantastic crop, but the apples that are there will make very good cider because the sunshine increases the sugar content.
Right.
And the more sugar there is in a cider apple, the stronger and better the cider you're going to make from it.
Very good. Look forward to seeing the fruition of your labours, Mr. Gibson. As Sale over the wicket he comes once again, and Reefer's looking to cut out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Aldridge out there doing the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. 15 gone, and Surrey 67 for 2.
I've got to be careful what I say about when I start talking about farming at the Oval. Many years ago, back in the early 1970s, I was scoring for Brian Johnson on a Sunday League match, and Brian remarked that one of the gas holders was absolutely full. He said, "That's poor, it's probably because the housewives can't afford to Sunday roast because the price of beef is so high." So, and the following morning, I was summoned to the office of the head of my department, and said, "I've received a complaint."
Oh yes, I remember this. yes, I remember this.
You were in the commentary box with Brian Johnson,
yes,
who made this remark, and you failed to correct him.
Yes, I remember this from the book.
Yeah. So I got a reprimand for failing to correct Brian Johnson, as this is run down to third man for a single. 69 for 2.
Yeah, West Countryman still selling well.
Well, it's
still available.
Slowed a bit to a bit of a trickle there, but we're hoping for a sort of revival.
Resurge at Christmas. Yeah. Quite right too. Yeah, the only thing I remember about the gasometers when they used to go up and down was the poor old Fox that was sat when it was at its lowest level and woke up and it was right at the top. Poor thing.
It's Jack Harding to Josh Blake, and he's pitching the ball right up. Is Harding good? And good for him to do that as well.
A little bit of swing again there for him.
I think he's bowling what, mid-70s, high 70s, something like that.
Good at judging all these speeds.
He's not genuinely quick, but then he's only 18 years old, and he's got a nice side-on action and takes the pad of Josh Blake. As again a little bit of in-swing to the left-hander.
Yeah, nicely bowled again from him.
Yeah, he looks a good prospect.
Yeah.
Matt Renshaw, the skipper, he's at mid-off. He's I would say he's a natural captain, Matt Renshaw. He is tall and he has an air of command, and he's also a good thinker about the game as well. This is outside the off stump, and an indeterminate push at that from Josh Blake, and Jack Harding's bowling has got better as it's gone along.
Well, you say that about it. It reminds me, there's a comedian called Troy Hawke who's doing these videos at the moment. It's the head of the Greeters Guild. He greets people as they arrive, and he was at Man City and he said to one of them, "You have the air of grizzled authority," which I thought was perfect.
Very good. Harding to Blake, and again he's bowling a good full length, and all Blake can do is play it to Andy Umeed at extra cover. How many do you reckon are here? A couple of thousand?
Yeah, I'd say that sort of spread out. There were 5,000 for the Warwickshire game, but of course that was on a Sunday.
We had a really good crowd
yeah.
at Taunton.
Yeah, absolutely.
On Sunday, best part of 5,000 for the Middlesex game. As Harding bowls, and again pitching it right up. It was a lovely end of the over 69 for 2. It was a lovely cricketing occasion on Sunday. The weather was perfect. Big crowd, a terrific game of cricket. Both sides played really well, and it gave the lie. I said this at the time, but it gave the lie to all of those people who've been saying, "Oh, the Royal London One Day Cup is second class competition." Well, not in Somerset, it isn't. No. And it's been good to see the youngsters do their stuff as well, as I'm sure it has here.
Yeah, absolutely.
For you at the Oval.
Absolutely. And I think there'll be a few names that emerge from this experience over the 4 weeks of this competition.
They're going to find it hard to break into the Surrey first team.
Well, that's the only thing. I think obviously when it gets back to Championship cricket, Surrey know what they want out there. They know the 11 they want out there. So yeah, that is a tough team to break into. It really is. Now we're going to get a change in bowling, and Alfie Ogborn is into the attack.
Blonde-haired left-arm seamer.
Well, there we are. They look very similar.
Ogborn's a bit taller and a bit more slender.
Yeah. So Ogborn running towards us, comes left arm over the wicket to Nico Reefer in his first ball. He's forward and plays this one back up the pitch. Nicely started there from Alfie Ogborn. Of course, looking forward to seeing Sheridan Gums as well for Surrey today. Looked a good player just from what I saw at Sussex. Sort of sets up a bit, if you remember Michael Carberry. Sets up a bit like Michael Carberry. Strong stance. Yeah, it looked very good. 69 for 2. There's Ogborn. Left arm over the wicket he comes to Reefer, who's cutting powerfully straight out to Aldridge. Sweeping on that cover boundary rope. And that'll be one
Alfie
more.
Ogborn, this is his 4th game in the Royal London One Day Cup. He's taken 4 wickets, best of 3 for 49.
Well, he's
young man born in Yeovil, comes from South Somerset. Used to play his club cricket for North Perrott, which is a lovely ground in South Somerset, but he's now plying his club trade for Bridgewater.
Well, there is a free hit here because he overstepped the mark with that last delivery, so it's a free hit for Josh Blake. You can change your field, so Mr. Renshaw is sort of working out who he wants where. And, sort of leg side they seem to be aiming for here. It's a 3 back on the leg side boundary rope. So Ogborn overstepping the mark. 72 for 2. And Josh Blake has a free hit. There is Mr. Renshaw off to. He's off down to long on. So over the wicket goes Ogborn, and straight down the ground goes Blake. Oh, good shot. That's away for 6. Really good shot that from Blake with the free hit. And has just opened up his shoulders and gone straight down the ground and away for 6. Well, I think that's exactly what Nigel Long has come across to say. This will be another one because he's got 5 out. And you're only allowed the 4. So Matt Renshaw's got a bit muddled up there because he headed off towards long on. And Ollie Sale is sweeping out at cover. And he had 3 men back. So Nigel Long spotted that as well. And he's got 1 man too many outside the circle, so this will be another free hit.
That's it. Well,
careless, that really.
Saying that he was a natural captain, well, certainly wasn't on that occasion.
A little careless. So the fine leg will come up to the edge of the circle. So Renshaw will go back down to long on, but this is another free hit because too many men outside the circle. The 50 partnership has come up as well, and straight down the ground goes Blake, and that's away for 4 more. So Ogborn here, first no ball, then too many men outside the circles has gone 6-4, and this is turning into an expensive over now. 84 for 2, and we've only had 2 balls of the over. And this over already has gone for 15. So it'll feel a bit there for for Alfie Ogborne. But yeah, that was a little bit careless, you have to say, having too many outside the circle. So Matt Renshaw's now swapping himself with Brooks, so he's going into mid-off, and Jack Brooks is going to mid-on. Ogborne will come again, left arm over the wicket, and Blake's down the pitch driving, ironically straight up to Brooks, who's just been swapped with Renshaw. So there's no run as Jack Brooks does the fielding away to his right-hand side. So good partnership between these two. It's worth 57 between Blake and Reefer. Blake's on to 35 now. We've only had the 3 balls of the over so far. And as I say, 15 off it as Ogborne is in once more to Blake, and Blake plays across the line here, trying to work this leg side, gets a leading edge, and that potters up towards mid-off. And there is no run. But as I say, eyes like a hawk there, Nigel Long, because Sale was right behind him at deep backward square, but he's got eyes in the back of his head as Nigel Long, because he immediately wandered across and said he's got too many outside the circle. Only now 4. You can have 5 after over 40. As left arm over the wicket once again goes Ogborne, using his feet is Blake, and works this up towards Brooks. That's good, sensible batting there from Josh Blake. As I say, Renshaw and Brooks had just swapped over, so he's worked that one up to Jack Brooks. Picked up a single. Blake moves on to 36. Surrey move on to 85 for 2. In this 17th over, Nico Reefer comes on to strike on 18. Ball turns in the distance and comes striding in. Left arm over the wicket to Nico Reefer, who's forward to a good length ball. And that is the end of the Ogborne over. Little expensive, that first one. Ogborne 16 off it.
Well, it was actually quite a good comeback,
yes,
wasn't it? After a disastrous start to the over. So he only, after those 2 free hits and the 4, he only conceded 1 more run. So well done, Alfie Ogborne, in the end. But it's rather changed the complexion of the score. 85 for 2 after 17 overs. So Surrey picking up the pace, and this is developing into a more than useful partnership. See what Jack Harding can do to break it. He's bowling to Josh Blake. He's in bowls a full length, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. A Yorker from an in-swinging Yorker from Jack Harding, and a fine piece of bowling as well. He's been bowling that full length, and that one was just a little bit further up. And as we watch the replay, takes out his off stump, clean as a whistle. Fine piece of bowling. What a great sight for a young fast bowler.
Yeah, it
his
is.
First wicket in senior cricket, and he gets it at the Oval.
He does indeed, and knocks out the off stump. And Josh Blake there yorked himself. He took a couple of paces down the pitch, and seeing it again on the live stream, he's yorked himself. It's a good Yorker, don't get me wrong, but he sort of just walked over the top of it. So Josh Blake will be disappointed there, because he got a start, but well done to young Mr. Harding. He's got his first wicket. He'll be happy about life now. And Surrey are 85 for 3.
Yeah, a little bit of late swing. And also he bowled it from quite wide in the crease as well, so as to create that angle as he speared it in towards the off stump. And it wasn't a great shot by Josh Blake, but it was a very good ball from Jack Harding.
Absolutely good bit of bowling, but it was almost as if Blake walked past it and had his off stump knocked out the ground. So he'll be disappointed, because he's just got himself going there. But here comes Sheridan Gums out to the middle, left-hander. Made his debut against Sussex on Sunday, and as I say, shaped up pretty well. Only made 12, but shaped up pretty well, did Sheridan Gums. So his first game here as well. So a great moment for him, and he's with Nico Reefer out there in the middle. But Josh Blake going for 36. 85 for 3. Renshaw will be pleased with that wicket as well to break that partnership, because It's a promising partnership, that one.
England have lost the third wicket. Joe Root. It's gone.
600 by lunchtime, weren't they? All out. Well, they're a good bowling attack, South Africa.
They are, and well, rather as here, pretty good conditions for
Jansen
fast bowling as well. Here comes Harding again. He's in and bowls to Sheridan Gums, who turns it down to long leg, and Harding has got his hands on his head as if to say, shouldn't play across the line like that. That was a straight ball, but Gums got away with it, and he's off the mark. 186 for 3 in the 18th over.
Yeah, and Harding will be feeling on top of the world at the moment, having got that first wicket under his belt now. Oh, Johnny Bairstow is out there at Lords at the moment.
Jack Harding, he's in, bowls, and this is hammered away by Nico Reefer, but it's fielded by Ollie Sailor, coming back for a second run, and will get it comfortably enough. 2 more runs on the board. 88 for 3. 2 more to Nico Reefer, who moves on to 20.
It's much better weather than everybody expected. I think a few people thought we might not get anything today.
Yeah, it depended
forecast.
very much on which weather app you looked at. BBC weather app gave sort of rain all day with Met Office. Rain later. This is driven, not timed. Back onto pad and then out into the offside. He's persisting with this full length, is Jack Harding.
The latest from the Met Office is it's moved now to 2 o'clock.
Oh dear.
So chances of precipitation at 2 o'clock, 70%, 3 o'clock. And there's lightning in the cloud as well, Anthony Gibson.
Oh dear. Well, let's enjoy the cricket while we can.
Yes.
Here's Harding in and bowls. And this is shorter and hits hard, square, and a good piece of fielding out on the cover boundary by George Bartlett, that is. And 89 for 3 is the score.
Well,
Reefer on to 21.
Those of the social media persuasion at Somerset County Cricket Club who do it absolutely brilliantly. If there is thunder today and rain, then of course Mr. Sale, the god of thunder.
Indeed.
Someone find him a big hammer.
Yeah.
He was the god of thunder, wasn't he? Thor?
Yeah, he was Thor.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the god of Thursday.
Harding bowls outside the off stump and 2 wide. A little bit of away movement from the left-hander, Sheridan Gums, but starting 2 wide. 89 for 3 at the end of that over, which was the 18th of the innings.
Yes, and well, Harding, as I say, will be delighted with that. Josh Blake was shaping up very nicely there, and then had his off stump knocked out the ground by Mr. Harding. And Ogbourne will continue down there from the pavilion end. He'll have Nico Reefer on strike. It's the start of the 19th over here for Surrey. At the moment, though, watery sunshine, and it's humid. It does feel a bit thunderstormy, though, I have to say, as Ogbourne, left arm over the wicket he comes, Reefer drives, gets this behind square on the offside. Aldridge quickly rounds, got a good arm as well as Casey Aldridge. That's very good bit of work from Casey Aldridge, just a single.
Dave Downing informs us that Ollie Sale was born on a Saturday. It's a shame.
That is a shame.
30th of September 1995.
90 for 3. As on to strike comes Sheridan Gums. So a little survey of the field as Sheridan Gums, left-hander, settles himself down over his bat as over the wicket goes Ogbourne to him, and Gums just straightened on him a touch. He plays it down into the offside, rolls in there towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Went to Bradfield College.
Yes, he did. Very nice school, Bradfield College. But yes, I'm looking at sort of the radar thing. There's a better description of it than that, than the rain radar. It seems to be coming up from Portsmouth area and Brighton towards us, towards London. It's in over the wicket. Always Ogborn. That swung back in a touch to Sheridan Gums. He's got a little inside edge on it. Down towards fine legs. Got to get his skates on here. Roux's not taking the ball as he takes the stumps off. So he's demolished the stumps, but didn't have the ball there. But I think Sheridan Gums was safely home anyway. And he'll pick up a couple of runs. Gums moves on to 3. And wanders off towards square leg. I was reading somewhere though they're expecting a bit more of a heat wave next week, because this week's been, well, no
Edgbaston on Tuesday.
Oh, lovely, very nice. I'm at Radlett. No, I'm not. I'm up north. I'm at Nottingham.
Oh,
but not at Nottingham. No, not at Trent Bridge. I've completely forgotten where I'm going.
Grantham.
That's the one. Thank you. As in over the wicket once again goes Ogborn, and forward goes Sheridan Gums, and it's going to run away down towards third man, and Thomas comes up to do the fielding. Oh, he's bowled another no ball as Ogborn. Oh dear. So the arms out again. Of course, he bowled a couple in his last over. Did young Mr. Ogborn. So he's going to come back over the wicket now. So pretty sure that was a signal of no ball.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Yeah. So Nico Reefer on strike. Ogborn will come over the wicket, round the wicket, left arm round the wicket to Reefer. That's well bowled. That's tucked him up for room completely. Reefer pushed that out into the offside, rolled down towards backward point, and there's no run.
It's very interesting, these two young Somerset left-arm seniors. They neither look like fast bowlers, do they? I mean, they're not built like fast bowlers. Jordan Clark or Jamie Overton.
Yes, but I suppose they. Oh, Jamie's probably always been that size.
But they are quite sharp.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Quite a sharp delivery.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's left arm round the wicket once again. Goes Ogborn and plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. End of the over. 19 gone, 93 for 3. I've always thought with the Overton twins, though, and you've known them for a long time, but I've always sort of imagined they were always probably the biggest in class. They've always been big.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see my description of Jamie got into private eyeing? Yes, so there we are. That's who it was I was describing as tall for his height. It was Jay Overton. So there we are.
Coleman balls.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I haven't made that yet, but it must be only a matter of time. So my father was once in it for describing the Edgbaston outfield as being like crepe de chine. he was in Coleman, but he was furious. This is pushed into the offside, and there won't be a run.
Yeah, I wasn't as clever as that, I can assure you. That
wasn't Coleman. It was Sude's corner. Sude's corner. That's what it was.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
He was absolutely incandescent with rage.
Was he?
Yeah.
That he got in there. Yeah. I was over the moon.
93 for 3. Gums is on 4 and defends into the onside. He's bowling a good tight line as well, Jack Harding. He's bowled a couple of loose deliveries outside the off stump, but he's not bowled anything down the leg side yet. And he's bowling a good tight line and a good full length. Intelligent bowling from the young man. He's in again and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Sheridan Gums, born in Slough.
Looks very organised.
How old is he? He's another 18-year-old.
Yeah.
So you've got 18-year-old to 18-year-old.
Looks very organised to me.
Obviously, I think these two sides are pretty well matched. If the weather doesn't intervene, we could get a good close game of cricket. As Harding bowls to Gums, and again pitched right up on the middle of the leg. and defended up to Jack Brooks at mid-on. Somerset's two most experienced cricketers at mid-off and mid-on, Skipper Renshaw and 38-year-old Jack Brooks. The sun is out now at the Oval. Our commentary box is air conditioned. I should imagine it's pretty warm out there in the crowd. Harding bowls and plays this peculiar defensive shot, Gums, where he just turns the bat over.
I think he was thinking about driving that for a second and then decided against it, so just last minute decision, just turned it into the leg side. But I thought he was shaping
up. Be careful
up
playing like that, because it brings the leading edge into
absolutely
into play. Harding, shuffle in mid-run up, he's there and bowls, and this is a full toss which is driven down the ground, and I don't think Renshaw is going to haul that one in. And it's 97 for 3, and easy as you like on that occasion. A poor delivery from Jack Harding, but that's been the exception rather than the rule. I think he's bowled pretty well so far, and he has figures of 5 overs, 1 for 20.
Yeah, nicely put away by Sheridan Gums, his first boundary here. And Bairstow's gone in the test match without scoring, bowled by Norkia. So England 55 for 4, but I would have thought it's doing a bit round there at headquarters.
It always does a bit more at Lords,
definitely.
It does here.
Definitely. And I think that'd probably be a good, well, it's looking like a good toss to win for South Africa. Ollie Pope is 29 not out. Going along all right at the moment. He's been joined by his captain Ben Stokes. Ogborn coming left arm round the wicket to Nico Reefer, and Reefer, that hopped at him as he was going to drive. That was Nico Reefer, and then it just howled a touch on him, and in the end he played it pretty well, did Nico Reefer, but he was all shaping up to drive that away through extra cover, and it just held a touch on him. So he's adjusted pretty well there as Nico Reefer, and he nods back Ogborn as if to say, well bowled. Ogborn just scuffing up the turf about halfway through his run up here, and then he's ready to go again. Reefer 22 not out as Ogborn's into him, and Reefer works this one into the leg side. That potters in towards short mid wicket. And there is no run.
Nico Reefer went to Whitgift.
He did another Whitgiftian. There's been a few over the years. Well, one Whitgiftian, Mr. Matthew Sprigal, who you will remember. Well, he had to be 12th man at Radlett. And he took his duty very seriously, obviously, with his bib on. His left arm round the wicket. Once again goes Ogborn, and this one's turned leg side by Nico Reefer, and they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. And 23-98 for 3. But of course, poor old Cameron Steele got a vicious delivery from Yadav, which went off a leg straight into the side of his head and had to come off concussion. But I did ask Matthew afterwards, I was like, like for like concussion substitutes, absolutely no chance. A, I'm not registered, and B, unless it's a spinner, absolutely no chance. 98 for 3, but yeah, Cameron Steele missing today as well because it was a vicious ball. And actually, he got through that ball and then played a couple more, and then uppercut 1 for 4, got to the other end and just almost fell over. As Ogborn is in to Gums, and Gums is forward, pushes this one down into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, Lewis Goldsworthy had to go off. Well, he didn't actually go off. He was hit by Shane Snater. He ducked into a Snater skiddy bouncer short ball, and he carried on for the rest of that day, but then overnight he developed symptoms, and Tom Banton came in as a concussion sub and got 100.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. Yeah, great stuff. Of course, we had the 2 concussions in the championship game at Taunton. In over the wicket once again goes Ogborn. That's cut by Gums straight down to Goldsworthy in there at backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, Craig Overton and Josh Davey, of course, both hit by Jamie.
Indeed, brotherly love.
Yes. Just didn't play very well.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's still one of my favourite answers of the season so far. Right, moving on. Waiting once again is Gums. He has 8 to his name. Reefer 23 not out as Ogborn's in, and that's left alone by Gums, and that's taken by Root, moving away to his left-hand side. Good tight over there from Ogborn, just a single.
What's been the Surrey strategy batting in the One Day Cup?
Well,
they don't appear to be one of the counties that goes hard right from the start. Will they just keep knocking it around until?
I'm just double checking my.
Or will they go hard between overs 30 and 40?
Well, it's a bit of a sort of unknown quantity, really. I must be honest, because they batted first against Leicestershire at Guildford, and that was 246 for 8. And then Leicestershire chased it down very simply. Of course, against Durham, they knocked Durham over for 181, so chased that down. And then, of course, the tie here against Warwickshire, 293 that was. Then they chased to get a big total against Middlesex and were out for 249, and then it was a big total as well against Sussex. So it's difficult to know, really. The thing is, and this is, but the Kimber just suddenly exploded against Warwickshire. Now, he's the one that can whack it out the park, but I think what Surrey have to do here, I think basically their game plan has been, if someone gets in, go on and just bat, because we've seen it once with Ryan Patel, but it's very difficult to sort of just walk in from ball one and launch it.
Here's Sale in bowls, and a defensive shot from Nico Reether.
Yeah, apologies, Anthony.
That's all right. I was going to say, I'm sorry, going along at just over 4.5 runs.
Yeah, they're fine at the moment.
Comfortably, yeah. They're not trying to go too hard.
I think they've just got to look to bat 50 overs. I think, the fact that they're not putting a total, well, they are putting a total on the board, they're not chasing, I think takes a bit of that pressure off, actually. I think they'll just look to bat the 50 overs.
Ollie Sale is in and bowl short, and that's pulled away, and it has gone for 6 runs. I was looking out towards Casey Aldridge to see if he might get underneath it, but it sailed away over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Powerful blow from Nico Reefer, and that's the 100 on the board for Surrey. 104 for 3.
Yeah, nicely.
Takes Reefer on to 29.
Yeah, nicely put away, really. It was far too short from Sale, banged in halfway down, but nicely put away by Nico Reefer. As I say, he's got some lovely shots in his locker, Nico Reefer.
Here comes Sale again. This is a much better ball. Good length on off stump, and just played to George Bartlett at extra cover. You get a good view of Ollie Sale's haircut from here. He's got a top knot on the sort of top of his head, and then a maroon headband.
I have to say,
which
Mr.
the
Gibson,
blonde locks are protruding.
The old top knot, having it on the top of your head is better. Yeah, having it on the bottom of your head would be a strange old business, unless of course you had the beard as well.
Yeah, that's possible. Sale to Reefer, who fences at a ball that he ought to have played more decisively at, or not played at all, outside the off stump. I think he was caught in 2 minds, probably exactly the thought process that was going through his head. He was tempted to go for the big square cut, but then thought, well, it's perhaps not quite wide enough, and ended up not playing much of a shot at all. He's taking a leg stump or middle and leg guard, which is good to see. Sale in and bowls, and just dropping this into the offside, and Lewis Goldsworthy does the fielding at backward point.
Yeah, he's a big, strong chap, is Mr. Sale.
Yeah, Somerset had been grooming him as their death bowler in T20 cricket, but didn't really work out. He played quite a few games in the blast in the plague year of 2020, but then was injured for the whole of last season. He's in now and bowls a full of length outside the off stump, and Reefer missed out there. I think it was a wide swinging half volley that he could certainly have chased after, but decided against it. It's the end of the over. the 22nd over of the innings, so we're approaching the halfway point. And Surrey 104 for 3, Gums on 8, Reefer on 29, and well placed, one would think, Surrey to accelerate on from here.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable first 22 overs actually. A bit of everything. Wickets, runs, and elsewhere, Derbyshire and Kent, well, that's an inspection at 1:30 because it's raining in Derby. Durham 87 for 3 against Sussex at Chesley Street today. As Ogbourne continues, coming left arm over the wicket, 23rd over to Sheridan Gums, who just opens the face of the bat and guides this down to third man. And there's Josh Thomas. It's all left-handed at the moment because Ogbourne left arm over, Sheridan Gums batting left-handed, and then the throw from Thomas. I think it was National Left-Handers Day, only last week.
Was it?
Yeah, 105 for 3. Strange old day to celebrate that.
One of the enduring mysteries is why the proportion of left-handers playing top-class cricket is so much higher than the proportion of left-handers in the general population.
Interesting. Round the wicket once again goes Ogbourne, and Reefer does the fielding. Pushing that one away into the offside, does the batting, apologies.
Particularly left-handed batsman.
Yes. Well, I think if you think about it, sort of your left hand is your top hand batting right-handed, isn't it? So it should be your strong hand anyway, your left hand. So actually, naturally, just picking a bat up, I suppose you should pick it up left-handed, really. But personally, I write my right hand and never, I'd love to have been left-handed. There's something about being a left-handed batter as well. As Ogbourne, left arm over the wicket he comes, and it's nicely tucked into the leg side by Gums, rolls up towards middle, and there's no run.
Well, I think if you're a left-hander, the stop delivery you're going to face is going to be leaving you rather than coming into you, which encourages, the David Gowers and Graham Pollocks and the Garfield Sobers and all the other great left-handers, Brian Lara of this world, to play those lovely flowing offside shots, whereas if you're a right-hander, you tend to get a bit tucked up with the ball seaming back into you all the time.
Wicket once again goes Ogbourne, and Gums is forward and just digs this one out. It's good bowling from Ogbourne. Settled down after a busy first over, of course, with a couple of no balls and 3 hits in it. So they settled down now. There's Mr. Ogbourne. Mr. Brooks has had a thought or two here. He's wandered over towards Renshaw for a chat, but getting it right up there in the block hole to Gums. Ogbourne runs towards us once again. Comes left arm over the wicket to Sheridan Gums, and Gums turns him leg side straight into short mid wicket, and Mead does the fielding. And there's no run. Essex are 131 for 2 against Yorkshire in the 26th over. Glamorgan 76 for 4 against Lancashire at Neath. That's in the 24th as well. Gloucestershire 100 for 3 against Leicestershire after 23 at Bristol. Nothing yet between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire. Oh, there has been 44 for 1 Northamptonshire, but it's raining. As driving his Gums, nice looking shot straight out towards Sale, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. So there's a bit of rain around in Northampton as well, and Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire hasn't started yet at Birmingham. End of the over from Ogbourne, 23 gone, and Surrey 107 for 3.
Yeah, and the Somerset bowlers, Jack Brooks going at 4.2 runs and over, Casey Aldridge at 4, Ollie Sale 4.75, Jack Harding 4, and Alfie Ogbourne, despite those no balls, going at 6. So Surrey going along at 4.65 runs and over, on course you would think, unless they lose wickets, for something between 250 and 300. Which would take a bit of getting from this Somerset side, which bats only really down to number 6, with Casey Aldridge coming in at 7. Ollie Sale from this Vauxhall end pitches this one right up and doesn't field it cleanly in his follow through as he tumbles over. Some fancy footwork from Matt Renshaw.
He's having a good day, the captain, isn't he?
Oh, he never stops talking, Matt Renshaw.
Good player,
always
Matt
got
Renshaw.
something to say. Yeah, he got 100 against Middlesex on Sunday.
Good player to watch.
Hit an enormous 6 into the river tone, pitched in the river tone. Sale in and bowls, and this is on leg stump, and I think it's going to be a leg by as it's retrieved by James Rue and languidly signalled by Nigel Long. 108 for 3. Scoreboard here, scoreboards plural here at the Oval. There are 3 of them that we can see. 2 electronic ones either side of the ground, and then the main scoreboard away on the far side, but they are very quick at putting the score up. Sale to Reefer, who hammers this right through George Bartlett at short extra cover. It was a dreadful delivery from Ollie Sale, and absolutely nailed by Nico Reefer. And George Bartlett, to be fair to him, he tried to get his hands down, but it burst through his hands, between his legs, and away to the extra cover boundary.
Almost
for 4.
took him with it.
Yeah, 112 for 3. Really cannot afford to bowl short on this pitch. Certainly not at the sort of pace that these Somerset seam bowlers are bowling, which is not much above military medium. Sale is in and bowls a full length, which is edged, thick edge down to the fine third man boundaries. So successive boundaries for Nico Reefer. Well, the previous ball was too short, that was too full and too wide. It's virtually a free hit for Reefer.
Well, especially in the fact that because we're in the 24th over, there's no slips or anything. It's just a massive gap down there, so he can have a right old go at that with a bit of width. Your only fear there is you get such a big edge on it, it might fly down to third man, but that just flew off to the boundary rope for 4.
116 for 3, successive boundaries. What can Ollie Sale do about it? He produces a good delivery, angled in to Nico Reefer, who has moved on to 38 from 50 deliveries. Those 2 were his 3rd and 4th 4s, and he's also hit a big pulled 6 way over to our right hand side towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Sale gathers himself and bowls, and this is played square of the wicket, but well fielded by Lewis Goldsworthy. Another over comes to an end, the 24th of the innings. It's 116 for 3. Reefer has 38, and Sheridan Gums is taking a bit of time to get going. 10 from 21 deliveries.
Yes, they're going about this pretty well at the moment. This is Reefer and Gums, and as I say, I think the Surrey chat would have been, look, bat 50 overs and see where we are, because they haven't got a target to chase, and as I say, if you sort of back-to-back 300 chases, it's not, well, high 300 chases, it's not straightforward at all, is it? And we're getting a change of bowling. Lewis Goldsworthy coming into it. That's our first bit of spin of the day. Today, Matt Renshaw's just wandered across to have a word with Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy, who...
Slow left arm.
Yeah. Very good cricketer, Lewis Goldsworthy. So our first look at spin. A lot of left arm today for Somerset. I'm just standing up at the moment, Mr. Gibbs. I've got a slightly stiff back today. I don't know where that's come. Well, I do know it's coming from my back, but if you'd arrived a bit earlier, you'd have seen me doing some stretching exercises in the Test match special box.
Craig Overton is suffering from a similar.
Many similarities, of course, as Goldsworthy's first delivery is pushed back up the pitch by Gums.
He's a bit taller.
He is a bit more, and probably a bit more of an athlete as well, I think it's fair to say, Mr. Overton. As Goldsworthy wanders in once again, over the wicket he comes to Gums, and Gums is forward, and there's a little bit of bounce there for Goldsworthy. Gums just plays
Pitches
that
here
one down.
offer any help to the spinners?
Little bit, but not, you know, not a huge amount. I'd be surprised. Over the wicket once again goes Goldsworthy. I just think with the hot weather there might be something obviously there. Is driven down the ground by Gums. He'll get a single down towards long off. Well, the problem is, and I'm not going to get into not playing championship cricket in August and all that good stuff, but we've had all this lovely weather. I don't know whether pitches have been turning or not, really, because we haven't seen any championship cricket.
I haven't seen anything
No.
turn in this competition at all.
But that's not the sort of thing you have for this comp, is it? As this one's turned, leg side by the right-handed
I think the players have been
Reefer.
heartily grateful not to be playing full-day cricket.
Yeah,
As hot
well,
as it was last week.
yes, it was hot last week, wasn't it? Around the wicket again goes Goldsworthy, and then forward goes Reefer. Just plays this one back up the pitch, and Goldsworthy does the fielding off his own bowling. It's a very tidy start, this, from Lewis Goldsworthy. One ball to go, just a single off the over so far. As round the wicket he comes, and Reefer chips him straight back down the ground off the back foot, and will just get a single. That's a very good tidy over from Lewis Goldsworthy. Halfway point then for Surrey. 25 have gone, 2 off the over, and Surrey are 118 for 3.
Well, it's a rate of 4.7. Been looking to do a bit better than that. A rate of 6 and over from here on in would be another 150, 168. I think they'll probably set their sights a little bit higher than that, will Surrey. And Casey Aldridge is coming back into the... we're just on the subject of left-handed batters. Jason Hiscox on Twitter says there was a paper in the British Medical Journal about 20 years ago that left-handed batters had an advantage over right-handers due to more scoring opportunities versus predominantly right-hand bowlers. Not sure if this premise still applies. Well, it's interesting, but certainly I think it's getting on for 30% of first-class cricketers around the world are left-handers, and the rate in the population as a whole is about 10%. Aldridge in and bowls, and there's no run here as Reefer plays it straight to lead at short mid-wicket. Sun is out. I imagine it is very warm out there in the sunshine. Temperature probably in the high 20s.
Yeah, people sat in the sun. A couple of shirts have come off now, I think.
Aldridge to Reefer. Reefer goes for a big drive and it comes off. Not sure whether there was any bat involved in that at all.
No,
there wasn't. Didn't really get his knee up there, Nigel Long, did he?
No, he's probably a bit tired.
Extended his right leg.
Yeah, he's probably a bit tired at the moment.
Single was taken. 119 for 3. Aldridge coming back for what I should imagine would just be 2 or 3 overs in mid-innings. He's there and bowls, and Gums gets that one off bottom edge. At least I think there was bat involved on that occasion. Yes, indeed there was. It's a single, 120 for 3. Gums on to 12. Yes, if he bowls 3 overs now, it'll take him up to 8, which would mean he'd have 2 in hand to bowl at the death. He's bowling now to Reefer, who fiddles that into the offside but won't get a run as Goldsworthy's quickly onto it.
Yeah, nicely bowled again by Casey Aldridge.
We haven't had too many big shots in recent overs. Josh Blake hit 5 fours in his 36, and Nico Reefer 4 fours and a 6 so far in his 39. See if he can add to that tally. Well, it's a Yorker, in fact. It looked as if it was a full toss, but it just dipped on Nico Reefer.
Well bowled again.
It's an overthrow, as I think that was Mead who was the guilty party there. I don't know why he bothered to shy at the stumps. There was no realistic possibility of a run out. He's conceded an unnecessary run, 121 for 3.
He looked a little guilty there on the live stream, didn't he, as he sort of turned back to his fielding position for the left-handed Gums.
It was Rue hadn't got up to the stumps because he's standing back, and there's no one near enough to back up the throw from that direction. Aldridge bowls and gets this one to lift and move away outside the outside edge of Sheridan Gums' bat. End of the over, and a good over from Casey Aldridge. Just going, I think, for the 2 runs, or it might have been 3 at the end of it. It is 121 for 3.
Yeah, and they've kept it very tight last 5 overs, 17 off the last 5. So Somerset keeping it tight out there. We've had that 1-6 from Nico Riefer.
Stephen at Berkhamsted said, let's hope these young players find the experience useful, so we, that's Somerset in this case, can build for the resumption of first-class cricket in next season. I know this is optimistic, but I'm a Somerset supporter, so an optimistic outlook is essential.
Lewis Goldworth, isn't that's a bit, that doesn't quite make sense. This one's round the wicket, looking to drive straight back down the pitch. Was the right-handed Riefer.
There are quite a lot of pessimists amongst the Somerset supporters in my experience.
Yes. Left arm round the wicket again. Goes Goldsworthy, and that's smashed back down the pitch and hits the stumps at the bowler's end off Riefer. What was that? How was that described again? That was brilliant.
He says, I know this is optimistic. This is about building for the resumption first. But I'm a Somerset supporter, so an optimistic outlook is essential.
Yes, well, that's, do you see what I'm saying there? It sort of defeats the optimism that, as round the wicket once again goes Goldsworthy, and this one's tossed up and turned leg side by Riefer.
Yeah, he's saying, I'm being optimistic, but underneath it all, I'm a pessimist.
I beautifully described that. One more to the total, 122 for 3. Riefer on to 41. Comes back on to strike. As the sun comes out, and Gums is working this one into the leg side, and Hamid will do the fielding in there at short mid-wicket. But yeah, suddenly we're bathed in sunshine, which is nice to see here in South London. As he's in again, Goldsworthy, and driving his Gums down the ground. He'll get a single down there towards long off. Brooks does the fielding down there. That'll be one more to the total.
Who's due to 30. Tom Laws will come in next.
Tom Laws, and he's coming off the back of his first 50 at Hove on Sunday. And again goes Goldsworthy, and Nico Riefer's looked to really punch this off the back foot, but doesn't really time it. And it potters back up the pitch, and Goldsworthy gets through his over very, very quickly and only goes for a couple. So it's good stuff again from Goldsworthy. 27 gone, and Surrey 123 for 3, but he just whips through his over very quickly, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised Surrey haven't gone after Lewis Goldsworthy. He bowls fairly innocuous, slow left arm without turning it very much. Varies his pace well and his line. But he doesn't get that dip, really. He's not a big enough spinner of the ball to deceive batsmen in the flight.
Andy bowled it out for 50 over cricket, though.
Oh yeah. And he's very effective in 20 over cricket as well. Aldridge, though, to bowl to Sheridan Gums. Gums drives through the offside without timing it. It'll just be a single. As the throw comes in from Sonny Baker, who's out there fielding sub for not sure who at the moment. This is George. No, George Bartlett's still out there.
Is Mr. Renshaw out there?
No, I can't see him. This is driven and will be cut off, not cleanly, by Alfie Ogborn, and they take the second run. He'll be upset with himself with Ogborn there. It wasn't an easy stop, but should have kept them down to a single rather than the 226 for 3. Riefer on to 43. Aldridge in bowls to Riefer, plays that back up the pitch to the bowler. Nico Riefer's highest score in this season's Royal London One Day Cup is 53.
That was against Warwickshire here. This is only 50, his first one, and his only one. Nico Reefer, 53 from 72 balls, that was.
He waits now as Aldridge is in, bowls short, and a good short ball on that occasion from Casey Aldridge outside the off stump. And swing and a miss from Nico Reefer. 126 for 3 here.
Yeah, Reefer's now been out there for 65 deliveries for his 43.
Yeah. Neither of these two really setting the oval alight with their stroke play at the moment. Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is played to short extra cover where George Bartlett will field. 3 runs off this over so far.
As I say, you've got 2 young men out there at the moment, early in their careers. I think Surrey very aware of this batting the 50 overs.
Aldridge bowls, and this is pulled away into the deep on the onside, and Sonny Baker will come round quickly and sends in a rather wild return, but to his credit he got the ball in the air quickly, which was sufficient to deter the batsman from attempting a second run. So 3 runs off that Aldridge over. It's 127 for 3, and we've had 28 overs, 22 remain.
He did well there because he got the ball in the air quickly, and Reefer slipped as he was turning for a second. Nico Reefer ended up on all fours. And Mike Atherton in that test match at Lord's in 1993, if you remember, against Australia on 99. That was a horrible moment, that, running with Mike Gatting. And he nearly waited with the ball for him, didn't he, as he crawled back. As Lewis Goldsworthy is in, and this is Nico Reefer. There we go, slog sweeping. And away it goes for 4. And that's nicely played by Nico Reefer. He moves on to 48 and 131 for 3.
He obviously listened to what I was saying.
Absolutely.
At the end of the last over. Surprised he hadn't gone after Lewis Goldsworthy.
Plumbed in, you are, to the helmets. That won't be long till that happens, will it? At some point.
Well, Scott Reed was interviewing...
Oh, I saw that, yes. Yeah, I'm not sure how that really went, as Goldsworthy is in, and this is driven down the ground by Reefer towards long off. And they'll pick up another single. It looks to me like Mr. Bartlett's in charge at the moment, with no Matt Renshaw out there.
Yes, that would be logical.
132 for 3.
The trouble with it was that you couldn't hear a lot of what the player was saying because of the wind noise.
Yes, I heard he didn't have a muffler on.
Yeah.
As in comes Goldsworthy. And this one's turned by Gums. Ooh, almost went for a single, but me got round to do the fielding. I'm just hoping when I go to Old Trafford, Mr. Gibson, my main aim in those 4 days is to get onto the Lancashire TV sofa. That's my main aim. As this one, oh, that's well bowled by Goldsworthy. Bit quicker. Gums almost played that as if he wasn't quite ready. And it just hit him, really, and rolled out into the offside. But yes, I'm hoping I might get on the Lancashire TV sofa with Scott Reed, so to speak, as this one's swept behind square on the leg side by Gums. And a good bit of fielding in there just behind square on the leg side by Sonny Baker. Oh, that was Harding's, apologies, he did the fielding there. It's just clouding up a bit again now as forward goes Gums to Goldsworthy and just pushes him down into the offside. 29 overs have gone, and Surrey 132 for 3.
Yes, the cloud's just looking a little bit more threatening, but I don't think there's any immediate danger of a thunderstorm. We're looking more or less east here, are we?
Yeah, well, we're looking down towards Brighton way because...
Oh, so that's more south.
Yeah, so that's what's coming up, because Crystal Palace is down that way, so that's sort of heading towards Brighton. And it does look a little gloomy, yeah, coming this way. Mr. Renshaw's back.
He's back at mid-on. It's 132 for 3. It's Casey Aldridge going to bowl another over, and that's run down. to fine leg, and that's Nico Riefer's 50.
50.
Second 50 of the campaign.
5 fours and 1 6. And it's his second 50 in this day cricket.
There we are.
Well played, Nico Riefer.
70 deliveries with 5 fours and a 6.
Yep.
And he's played quite nicely in a minor key.
Yes, absolutely. But he's got himself in, and he's got to 50, and there's an opportunity here for Nico Riefer.
Aldridge from the Vauxhall end to Gums, who plays that into the onside, and George Bartlett will field, moving to his left at mid-wicket. They're able to take another single, 134 for 3 in the 30th over. And it'd be interesting to see if Surrey do go hard between overs 30 and 40, when the fielding side can only have those 4 men outside the 30-yard circle. Goes up to 5 after 40 overs, and scoring fast can be that much more difficult towards the end of the innings, as that's turned down to long leg. The throw is coming in, and it's coming into... Oh, and if that had hit... If that had hit from whoever the fielder is down there, it's either Alfie Ogborn or it is Alfie Ogborn. And that is the 50 partnership.
Yeah, the direct hit there, that would have been it for Gums. He was struggling to get back.
Good piece of fielding down there by Ogborn. But they completed the second run, 136 for 3, and this is Ogborn. No, he won't be in business, as it's Harding who sends in the return. 2 young left-handed quick bowlers for Somerset. They're converging on that ball, but unable to prevent the single. 138 for 3 in the 30th. So run a ball so far in this over. 1-1-2-2. Aldridge to Riefer, short and pulled down towards Ogborn. It was in the air for quite a long time, but takes it on the second bounce, sends in not a very good return. It was always going to be a single. 139 for 3.
Ollie Pope's 51 not out at Lords.
Well done, Ollie Pope.
And 100 for 4 England.
Aldridge. This is driven down the ground, will have to be cut off, and is cut off by Jack Brooks. Nice shot on that occasion from Sheridan Gums. Brings him only a single though. 140 for 3 at the 30 over mark. So on the old basis to take the score at 30 and double it with wickets in hand, 280, and it wouldn't surprise me if Surrey get a few more than that if they don't lose wickets.
Yep, that's the key thing. As I say, opportunity here for Nico Riefer's got himself in. 55 not out, 140 for 3, and it's going to be Jack Brooks coming back into the attack. So Brooks comes back into the attack from the pavilion end. So yeah, Riefer now 45 not out, 53, 15, 1 and 55 not out. So a couple of 50s in there and a 45 not out from Nico Riefer. Jack Brooks back into the attack, bowled 5 in his first spell.
I think we might be all right with these thunderstorms, you know. I think they may just pass by to the south.
Ah, well, that would be good. There's Jack Brooks then, getting ready to come in from the pavilion end, round the wicket to Sheridan Gums. Short ball, which is pulled by Sheridan Gums out towards deep backwards. Well, Ben Stokes has gone, and that must just be on lunch, because Ben Stokes has gone. So England are 100 for 5. It's ticked along that, 26 overs, 100 for 5.
Yeah, it's the 5 wickets that's
the problem. Yeah, absolutely. 141 for 3, but Ollie Pope 51 not out there at Lords. Nico Reefer waits for Jack Brooks, who's over the wicket to him. Reefer's uppercutting, 1 bounce, 2 bounces down towards third man. He's going to come back for 2 on the arm. It's good running from Nico Reefer. Harding down there with the throw. It was a good throw, but Reefer was always coming back for the second.
We're going to have Surrey to the rescue for England, aren't we?
Well, yes,
but
Folkes and Pope after lunch. But that must be on lunch that Stokes has gone there. So Norkia with the wicket. He's got 2 for 37. Rabada's got 2 for 26, and Jansen, I think, picked up the other one. Over the wicket goes Brooks, and this is driven into the offside by Reefer, and Umid just sort of put a hand out there actually and just knocked it down, so they'll get a single. Reefer moves on to 58, and Surrey moving on to 144 for 3.
You can sense a greater degree of urgency about the batting.
As Sheridan Gums back onto strike on 17, short ball pulls it straight up the ground, and Renshaw is having a day in the field there because he's dived full length at mid-on, away to his left, and has prevented a boundary there. Mr. Renshaw with his brilliant catch to get rid of Ryan Patel earlier, and that was a pretty good bit of work as well.
Champagne moment.
Yes, without a doubt, yes. As round the wicket once again goes Sparkling Wine, I think, as turned by Sheridan Gums, yes, into the short mid-wicket position. I'm not sure anyone's got any champagne. 144 for 3. It's bound to be a couple of bottles knocking around this place, so probably could find that, but maybe more of a sparkling wine moment.
A school party had just arrived.
Excellent. Yes, indeed. As round the wicket goes Brooks, and Sheridan Gums hits the thigh guard of Sheridan Gums as he goes across his stumps and looks to knock that one into the leg side.
Have you had the schools day here?
No, that doesn't. They do a lot during games, but there isn't a specific schools day.
I remember, I think, was it this game last year?
You've been here definitely for schools day.
Terrific noise.
Yep, absolutely. Well, that was the one where the 2 umpires, I can't remember who the umpires walked out, and it was like it was the start of a One Direction concert, wasn't it? As those two, all the umpires, it was just the 2 umpires walking out for the start of play. Never heard screaming like it. Great atmosphere, it really was.
Nico Reefer has his highest score in this day cricket.
Yes, he does.
So well done to him. Is he naturalised British now? Because he was born in Barbados.
Absolutely. Went through the Surrey Academy.
Alfie Ogborn coming back from Vauxhall End. He's bowled 4 overs for 24, including 2 no balls. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Sheridan Gums, who's on 18. He's there in bowls, and Gums won't get a run here, as that's played straight to the onrushing Lewis Goldsworthy from backward point. Clouds still looking a little bit more ominous away to the south, and that is the direction from which the wind is
bit of
blowing.
News for you. Good news. Thank you to Darren for this. Community Day is this Friday here, where schools and clubs are given lots of complimentary tickets. So that'll be this Friday.
Very good. Ogborn loses his run-up. I was going to say the Prince of Wales feathers on the Surrey flag standing out from its flagpole in our direction. No sign of the Somerset flag, though, which is...
They don't tend to travel these days, the flags.
I think it was the scorer's responsibility to bring the flag with them.
They're quite big things, though, aren't they, flags?
Ogborn to Gums, short, pulled, and over the top of a leaping George Bartlett at mid-wicket and out to the boundary for 4 runs. That was not a good ball from Alfie Ogborn. That was dragged down and got precisely what it deserved, 145 for 3.
Yeah, nicely put away by Sheridan Gums. I think he got all of it, but got enough of it. And that will force the...
He's not quick enough to bowl that short, is Alfie Ogborn.
He's got singles galore now into the leg side if he wants it, because that mid-wicket's gone back to the boundary rope now.
Here he comes again in and bowls. This is a much better ball appeal for LBW, but it's going down the leg side by some margin. Rather half-heartedly supported from behind the stumps by James Rue.
Yes, that was optimistic, I have to say, from young Mr. Ogborn.
Well, if you don't ask, you
don't get. No, absolutely.
Lots of thundery activity just to the south of us at the moment. So fingers crossed. Ogborn bowls, Gums strokes that into the offside, and a slightly lackadaisical attempt to stop it by Umeed. They will pick up 2 runs as they're coming back for the 3rd on the throw, and they get there comfortably enough. Good piece of running. It's quite a long boundary there out to deep extra cover, which is where that ball was retrieved rather than fielded by Casey Aldridge. So 3 runs taken, and that's the Surrey 150 on the board. 152 for 3 in the 32nd over we are. Ogborn going over the wicket to the right-handed Reefer, who cramped for room as he looks to play a back foot shot into the offside. Follows him and can't get a run as he plays it straight to George Bartlett.
Yeah, it's a close day today, isn't it? Humid and close.
Yeah, muggy.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, if we could get away with it, it'd be excellent. Never know.
Ogborn to Reefer. Full of length. That must be close. That was quite a good shout, I would say. Maybe just going down again.
Yeah, he's coming round the wicket to it,
Yeah.
so he's sort of going on that angle.
Yeah, he needs to straighten it up.
It's a good bit of bowling, mate.
Watch the replay. Yeah, it's going down.
Yeah.
He's bowling from wide of the crease, so he really has to get it to change direction quite markedly if he's going to get an LBW decision, and that one didn't. It went on, so it was going down the leg side. 152 for 3 after 32 overs, 58 to Nico Reefer, 25 to Sheridan Gums.
Yes, and this partnership is worth 67. Came together in the 18th over when Blake was bowled by Harding for 36. And there are 18 overs remaining for Surrey here.
Sheridan Gums' highest score.
Yes, it is. He played the first game last Sunday. His first game was at Sussex. As round the wicket goes Jack Brooks in his red headband to Sheridan Gums, who's tucked this fine on the leg side. It'll be 2 on the throw. It's good running again from Sheridan Gums and Nico Reefer. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Sheridan Gums. He moves on to 27. 154 for 3. And again, he's for a second game, looks very organised. Sheridan Gums, 27 from 44 deliveries. As round the wicket once again goes Brooks. Oh, that's a no ball from Jack Brooks. It stood up a touch on Sheridan Gums, and he's got inside edge of the bat on it. It's rolled away into the leg side, but this is the 4th no ball from Somerset today, and this will be a free hit for Nico Reefer. So of course we had the 3 foot fault no balls, and then we had the no ball for too many men outside the fielding circle. So 157 for 3. So that's been an extra 8 runs for Surrey, plus those 2 free hits. Blake hit 1 for 6 and 1 for 4 in that over, where we had the foot fault and too many outside the circle. So Matt Renshaw's just changing the field here with Jack Brooks with Reefer on strike on 58. 157 for 3. Take too long about this, Messrs Brooks and Renshaw. They're well within the cut-off time, obviously, at the moment, but also want to get it moving, because I've got just a feeling that I'm not sure we are going to miss this stuff, you know. It just feels like it is filling in at the moment. But we got the floodlights, and this place can be a microclimate, as in over the wicket goes Brooks, and this is the free hit, swung away by Reefer, and it's going to go for 4. He's done well there, Nico Reefer, to reach that. Casey Aldridge did pretty well to reach it, but it's beaten his dive and fingertips and gone away for 4 because Brooks pushed it in the block goal wide outside the off stump, and Reefer backed away and got something on it, and it whistled off to the boundary rope, and Reefer's on to 62. And these no balls have been expensive for Somerset today. 161 for 3.
Sloppy cricket.
Well, that's 20 off 3 of them. If you add the 2 on the runs off the free hit. As Brooks wants to change in the field again. He's going to drop his mid-wicket out to deep mid-wicket, which will mean he'll have to bring fine leg up to the edge of the circle while he sail. Just waiting for his deep mid-wicket to get right back on the rope is Jack Brooks. Moving him a touch as Brooks is in short to Reefer, and Reefer cuts this one out towards Casey Aldridge. Sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope. They'll take the single, 1 more to the total. And that moves Reefer on to 63, and Surrey move on to 162 for 3. So going at the moment at 4.98 according to the scoreboard.
Accelerating, aren't they?
Absolutely. They're doing a good job, these two. Partnership 77. Round the wicket goes Brooks to Gums, and Gums is pulling in front of square. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and away for 4. Over mid-wicket. So Sheridan Gums picked that one up very early from Jack Brooks and pulled it away. He's on to 28. Probably the most emphatic shot he's played, actually. And 162 for 3.
Again, much too short from Jack Brooks.
Can't bowl short on this one.
Especially to a batsman who's pretty well set now.
It's 32 not out, Sheridan Gums. Jack Brooks is round the wicket to him this time, and he's flicking this one out towards a secondary deep mid-wicket. And they will pick up another single. Sheridan Gums moves on to 33. So we move on to 167 for 3. Nico Reefer wanders off towards square leg for a think about everything. Sound of a siren going along the Harleford Road. There's Jack Brooks' right arm over the wicket here to Reefer, and Reefer is forward to a good length ball. Pops it back down the pitch. Brooks does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over, 33 have gone. Surrey 167 for 3, so better over that for Surrey. 15 off that over from Jack Brooks.
Poor over, wasn't it?
A bit too short at times. And I think we've seen on this pitch, anything sort of banged in halfway down by the quicker men, it's tended to go away, hasn't it? Because it's not the quickest of pitches.
Jack Brooks has just signed another 1-year contract. Extension of existing contract, which is good going.
Absolutely.
For a 38-year-old quick bowler. Hasn't been greeted with universal acclaim by Somerset supporters. I tweeted last night about what one wonders what Somerset have done to upset the cricketing gods with all the players out in the 100 as Hogbourne bowls, and there'll be a single here into the onside 168 for 3, and now losing their gallant one-day cup captain Ben Green. And Pete Trigo tweeted back saying, "I'm ready."
Yes, well, I was going to say, has Trigo thought about making a comeback?
And then his brother Sam also tweeted, "I'm ready."
Yes,
too.
yes, yes.
So we nearly had a pair of Trigos.
I wonder whether Trigo might make a comeback.
Hot balls in and bowls down the leg side, and a good stop by James Rue behind the stumps, going wide on the crease again there. Alfie Ogborn.
He'd still do all right, I guarantee it.
Yeah, he's still tremendously fit. But he ought really to be playing golf.
Yes, well, been going all right in that, I think, from what I've seen.
Yes, he's been doing a lot on the live stream down at Taunton, doing it with his customary elan.
Indeed, and elegance. and long hair, tattoos, and very enjoyable fashion sense.
Indeed. Ogbourne to Reefer, who gets one on that leg stump and runs it down to a long leg, where Harding sends in a return. He's got a good arm, this young Jack Harding. Came in like a rocket from the long leg boundary. 169 for 3 in the 34th over. Surrey looking to set Somerset a target, as many as they can get, but I'm sure 300 will not be far from the front of their minds as Ogbourne's in and bowls, takes pace off and goes down, but the ball goes down as well, down to the fine leg boundary in front of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion for 4 runs. As that slower ball came rather unstuck. 174 for 3.
And nicely put away. I suppose the other thing here, and funnily enough, just as I was thinking it, got a tweet from Dave thinking the same thing. I suppose if rain did come before the end of this Surrey innings with the old Duckworth-Lewis, interesting, especially if they don't lose many more wickets.
Ogbourne in and bowls, and just an attempt to run that down to very fine third man by Sheridan Gums, didn't get anything on it.
It's the thing, if the rain does come, the good thing here from a Surrey perspective is it's only 3 wickets down. It's the good thing.
Yep, which would certainly have a big impact on whatever total Somerset were set. I have an awful feeling if a thunderstorm does come, that may very well be it. I mean, I know the ground drains very well, but there's Ogbourne's in and bowls, and there won't be a run here if the rain's anything like the sort of rain we had in Somerset yesterday. It was coming down, it wasn't coming down in drops, it was coming down in sheets.
Absolutely, the drive back from Cardiff was at one point terrifying. Then I had to check me oil, so I had to go, and I've forgotten how expensive the old oil is for the car.
Yeah.
Got absolutely soaked checking my dipstick.
174 for 3. Ogbourne bowls to Gums, and it's a good ball outside the off stump. Again, just taking a little bit of pace off, and a prod from Gums, which made no contact with the ball. End of that over. 174 for 3. 34 overs have gone. 64 to Nico Reefer and 38 to Sheridan Gums. Both personal bests, career bests in this form of the game.
Yeah, the partnership's 89 as well, so very good partnership from these two. I suppose the other thing that might come into play here is the old floodlights might have to come on as well. I think it's very gloomy out there. This is what it did this morning when we did have a bit of rain. About 9 o'clock it got very gloomy, and then the rain came, but it was only a brief shower as Jack Brooks from the pavilion end is into Nico Reefer. Just hurries Reefer up with that one. Reefer gets bat on it, turns it into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. Reefer moves on to 65. But I always look at percentages of chance of precipitation. So if it's saying 60%, that means there's 40% that it won't.
Absolutely.
That's probably the better way to look at it. So,
it's the glass half full.
Indeed, yes. As Jack Brooks over the wicket to Sheridan Gums, and Gums across his stumps hits the thigh guard as he's looking just to work that down towards fine leg. Leg by will be the signal. One more to the total, 176 for 3. Nice bit of hubbub around the ground. You were saying about Somerset and Taunton on Sunday. At Hove as well, it had a real festival feel to it at Hove on Sunday. Sort of old school festival feel to it. Jack Brooks is over the wicket here to Nico Reefer, and Reefer gets a short ball, gets up on his toes, pushes it into the offside, and will pick up a single on Nico Reefer. One more to him.
Well, we'll certainly have a festival feel at Taunton on Friday for the Sussex game, because the beer and cider festival is being mounted alongside the cricket, so things could get quite lively
messy.
into the end.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Brooks is over the wicket to Gums. Has a flash at this one outside his off stump, looking to cut. Beats the edge, taken by Rue away to his left-hand side. Yes, sort of building up is going to be the key thing there. Don't go too early, I think. Don't peak too early.
It's a particularly impressive array of siders going to be on. So
yes.
From the most commercial to the most traditional.
Excellent. Brooks over the wicket he comes to Gums. Gums beaten again as he goes fuller of length this time. Gums just looking to open up the face of the bat there, I think, and run that down towards third man. So a couple past the edge from Jack Brooks. Good over this. Just the 3 runs off it so far with 1 ball to go in the over from Jack Brooks. Just angling that one across Sheridan Gums. As Brooks is in again and Gums turns this one leg side. And will pick up a single out there towards Casey Aldridge. But good tidy over that from Jack Brooks. Just the 4 runs off it. And end of the over. 35 gone. 15 remain. And Surrey are 178 for 3.
Yeah, it's not bad over that from Jack Brooks. He's got his length and his length more or less right, and his line not far off. And he does get, for a fast bowler, he gets through his overs very quickly. He hasn't got a long run up, and he walks quite briskly back as well. He walks back as if he means business.
Very business-like.
Yeah.
Change bowling. Jack Harding.
Jack Harding coming back into the attack from the Vauxhall end. Next side of the sun now, it's unbroken cloud overhead, different shades of grey, but nothing too ominous. 178 for 3 as Harding is in and bowls. This is on leg stump, turned down to long leg. George Bartlett is there and gets to it quickly, sends in a good return over the top of the stumps on the bounce to James Rue. 179 for 3. Comes on to 40. It's been an understated innings from Sheridan Gums.
Been a good innings.
It's been a good innings, but no sort of hallmarks to it, if you see what I mean.
No, I just think he looks a very organised player.
Well organised, and he's picked up his runs pragmatically. Harding coming around the wicket to the right-hander, and this is pulled away out to straight mid-wicket, wide long on, cow corner. Wasn't a particularly good delivery, that from Jack Harding. I don't know why he's gone round the wicket to the right-hander, because he'll be bowling it into Nico Reefer's arc, exactly as he did there. And that's 183 for 3. Harding to Reefer again, and this again is in the air and taken. Good catch down there by Josh Thomas. His first catch for Somerset, and Nico Reefer picked out the fielder at deep backward square leg. It wasn't a particularly good delivery from Jack Harding, but the batsman obliged by hitting it more or less down the throat of Josh Thomas at deep backward square leg, who took a well-judged catch.
Yeah, and it's a shame for Nico Reefer because he's played really well there, and that shot was on. He's picked it up, swung it leg side. Good catch. 183 for 4, and a good partnership broken on 98.
It was Casey Aldridge, I beg your pardon, it wasn't Josh Thomas.
But 98 that partnership worth, and Nico Reefer with his highest score in this day cricket with 70. And that will bring Tom Laws out to the middle, who on Sunday played very nicely for 57 not out, 60 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes.
I don't think I've seen Tom Laws before. Is he an attacking batsman? Or,
yes, he can. He can. He's a very good all-round cricketer. He's impressed in the Championship hugely with both bat and ball. But I think his job here at the moment is just to keep Mr. Gums company for a while, and then he's very capable of hitting the ball out the park if needs be. Tom Laws, but another young man making his way in the game. But he's been very impressive in the championship. Made his debut against Kent in the championship. Took 4 wickets in the first innings and made a very important 30-odd not out as night watchman against Essex. Surrey winning that one in the championship, and he's had a pretty good first List A competition as well in this one-day cup. He's picked up 4 wickets so far, and with the bat some contributions.
Is Harding in bowls. Tries to bowl a Yorker, well, he just succeeds in bowling a Yorker, which is well dug out by Tom Laws. Jack Harding has figures of 1 for 20. No, 2 for 20 rather.
4 for 51 on his debut. That was the week after the game at Taunton in the championship.
Harding in a bowl, and that's played back to him by Tom Laws. 2 for 25 in fact. As Jack Harding's bowled very well.
So yeah, he's had a couple of forfers already in his early championship career as Tom Laws. Yeah, very impressive so far.
Harding in bowls to Laws and with full length outside off stump, and Laws picks up his first run with a single into the offside. Good over from Jack Harding. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 26. His figures, and at the end of that over, the 36th over of the innings, it's 184 for 4.
So 14 overs remaining for Surrey. Are we going to see a bit of spin again? I think we are, because the helmet's being brought out for Root. Looks like Goldsworthy coming back into the attack. He bowled 3 in his first spell. 3 tidy overs of left arm spin. Now this will be interesting to see how Laws goes about this against Goldsworthy, because he's positive by nature. Tom Laws. Still Nick Kimber there, who smashed 70 odd against Warwickshire. He's very capable of hitting a long ball, is Nick Kimber. So Goldsworthy, left arm round the wicket to Tom Laws, and Laws forward to this first one, just plays it straight back up the pitch, and Goldsworthy does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Goldsworthy round the wicket he comes once again, left arm round, and this is turned down the ground by Laws. He'll stroll a single, will Tom Laws, and that brings Sheridan Gums back on to strike on 40. He doesn't look, Sheridan Gums, to me like a 18-year-old lad playing his second game. He's, as I say, looks very, very organised out there. 2 go back on the leg side boundary rope for him. As Goldsworthy is over the wicket, Gums is down the pitch and just nudges this one into the leg side, takes a single.
He's got the Chris Gale style headgear as well.
He has indeed. Back onto strike comes Tom Laws. Lewis Goldsworthy left arm round the wicket to Laws. Laws is forward and just pushes this one back up the pitch. Goldsworthy does the fielding off his own bowling. Goldsworthy's got an opportunity here to get out with very good figures. He's into his 4th over, none for 11 so far. As forward goes Laws, plays him straight back up the pitch, and again Goldsworthy does the fielding off his own bowling. The only boundary I can remember off Goldsworthy was that slog sweep 4 from Nico Reefer. So as I say, he's got a good chance here to get out of this innings with some good tidy figures, as Goldsworthy's in, and that's quicker, and Laws gets up on his toes, punches it down the ground off the back foot towards long on. He'll take a single. That'll be 1 more to Laws, 1 more to the total, but again A very tidy over and a quick over from Lewis Goldsworthy. Just the 3 runs off it. 37 gone. And Surrey 187 for 4.
Yes, and Matt Renshaw having a chat with Jack Brooks, and the priority for Somerset now is not to let Surrey really get ahead of them, to avoid a rush of runs in the last 10 overs. They got 3 more overs with the just the 4 men back. This is getting a little bit of swing from Harding, a bit of away swing to the right-handed Tom Laws. He's probably got a good lively pace. He says he's not tall for a quick bowler, but you don't have to be tall to be a quick bowler. Malcolm Marshall wasn't tall, nor for that matter was Harold Larwood, one of the fastest of all time. As Harding is in and bowls a full toss, which is driven into the stumps, shy at the stumps, and if he'd hit, he was gone. And he missed. He had all 3 to aim at, did Jack Harding, and he curses himself for missing. It was not a good run, that.
Well, it's ricocheted straight back to the bowler, and Tom Laws has taken the single.
He was. I think he owes Mr. Gums an apology.
I think he does, because it couldn't have gone back on the angle any better to the bowler.
He picked it up in his left hand, which is his throwing hand, and as I said, had all 3 stumps to aim at, but he missed the leg stump. 188 for 4 as Harding bowls to Gums, and this is driven down the ground. Handsome shot from Sheridan Gums, who moves from 41 to 45 with that straight lofted drive.
A very full face of the cricket bat from Sheridan Gums.
It was in the slot from Harding. Just got his length wrong on that occasion. I think again he was looking to pitch that right up in the block hole, but just dragged it down fractionally.
Yeah, and it's a good shot from Sheridan Gums, that low risk shot. Picks up a boundary.
Harding, blonde hair, dyed blonde hair in bowls. This is down the leg side, and a flying leap by James Rew. I'm not sure whether there was bat on that or not, but he's gone for 4. No, it's leg by, so it wasn't a drop chance. So let's say it was just a gallant effort to make the stop from James Rew. He got his right glove to it, but couldn't hold on, and it's gone down for 4 leg byes. It wasn't a good delivery, it has to be said. It was flying down leg side, and if Gums couldn't get any bat on it, a little bit of pad would do the business, which is precisely what happened. 196 for 4 in the 38th. Harding bowls, and this is short, and he gets away with that. It's fielded by Umeed on the edge of the circle at extra cover, a couple of yards either side. That would have been 4 runs.
I don't know, because but I'm just wondering whether he just might have a little finger injury on that left hand of his, because he's doing all the fielding with his right hand at the moment. Remember, he got that one that went into the ground, he just patted it away, so I just wonder if he's carrying a little knock on that left hand.
Harding to Laws, again a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. He runs it down to 3rd man for a comfortable single. Runs coming freely in that over from Jack Harding, which went for 11 runs. And it's 198 for 4 with 12 overs remaining in the innings, and every opportunity for Surrey to push up towards 300.
Definitely. Lewis Goldsworthy will continue from the pavilion end of the ground. Tom Laws will be on strike on 5. Sheridan Gums is 46 not out down there at the non-striker's end. So the left arm spin of Lewis Goldsworthy. Long off and long on, and miles away down in front of the pavilion as we look, as round the wicket goes Goldsworthy to Laws, and Laws will take a single as he's just helping this one down towards long on. He'll take one more, I think we might miss the stuff that's coming up from Brighton. I'm slightly concerned about the stuff that's coming from Reading, Southampton and Portsmouth at the moment. As this one's worked by Sheridan Gums down the ground towards long on. He'll pick up a single, moves on to 47.
200 Surrey.
So the 200 coming up for Surrey. 200 for 4. As Laws back onto strike on 6 as Goldsworthy's in and Laws drives straight back down the pitch. Goldsworthy doing the fielding off his own bowling. But that breeze would sort of indicate it might be pushing that stuff towards us, and just looking at the radar, there is a bit of yellow in there. As in round the wicket once again comes Goldsworthy, pushed down the ground by Tom Laws towards long off. Laws will take another single, he moves on to 7. 201 for 4, and Sheridan Gums comes back onto strike on 47. Good run so far as Goldsworthy's over the wicket to him, and Gums sweeps out towards deep backward square. Should just be a single, will just be a single, as the throw is hurled in by Hardings there. More to Sheridan Gums, he's on to 48. Back onto strike comes Tom Laws on 7. Quick survey of the field from Tom Laws. It's quite gloomy out there at the moment. So it may be we get a bit of a floodlit cricket game today. Little reverse paddle from Tom Laws. Nicely played that from Tom Laws. That's going to run away down below us and over the boundary rope and away for 4. So that's a very good shot. Reverse paddle straight past keeper Roo's head and whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. And 206 for 4. Last ball of the over. So 8 off that over from Goldsworthy. And
yeah, rather made a bit of a mess of his figures. 5 overs for 20. No, but he's still done very well. We're going to have a bit more Ollie Sale.
Yes, we'll have to take his elastic
Git
band.
Remains unconvinced by Ollie Sale. Leaks too many boundaries, bowls too short and wide too often. Well, he's got a chance to show what he can do now. 11 overs remaining. This is the last over of the second stage of the innings, when the fielding side are allowed only 4 men outside the 30-yard circle. As from over 40, they can put an extra man out, which makes it just slightly more difficult for the batsman to score quickly.
Yeah, Sheridan Gums 48 not out. So on the brink of a milestone.
Of a first list A half-century. Ollie Sale into Gums, he's in and bowls, and Gums plays, I think, deliberately inside the line of that ball outside his off stump from Ollie Sale, just having a look before trying anything too ambitious.
A few people in the Montpellier club today. Posh seats those. It's in front of the players' dressing rooms.
Oh yes, yes.
There's a little restaurant behind them. Facilities, Anthony Gibson facilities.
Here's Sale in and bowls to Gums, who's going to take a quick single. Umeed is onto it. Quickly picks it up right-handed, but they're through for the single. 207 for 4.
They're padded seats, those. Always describe it as turning left on the plane there, the Montpellier club. Very nice place to sit and watch your cricket.
Yeah, quite elevated down at long leg, with the bowling from the Vauxhall end to a right-handed batsman, which is a situation that we're being presented with now, with Ollie Sale bowling to Tom Laws. 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. Laws plays this to Umeed at mid-wicket, thinks about a single, but Umeed quickly onto it.
don't know about you, but it feels like it could rain at any moment now.
Yeah, the sky doesn't look that much different from the way it's looked all morning. There isn't so much sunshine around. There don't appear to be the potential breaks in the cloud that there were earlier on. Sail to Laws, full of length, driven straight to Matt Renshaw. Was that a chance?
I think that was bump ball. It's from the Renshaw reaction.
Yeah.
It was a bump ball.
Some of the crowd thought that was a chance. Let's just watch the replay. Well, I don't know, but I think that was a chance. Went straight to him, went very hard. But not sure that was a bump ball. Sail in and bowls to Laws, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Good over this so far from Ollie Sail.
Yeah, it's very good over. Best one he's bowled so far.
Yep.
If it was a chance for Renshaw, he was hammered by Tom Laws, but after that fantastic catch he took this morning, in terms of chances, that was a slightly simpler one.
It's just a shake of a head there from Ollie Sail. Last ball of the over. He's in, bowls to Tom Laws, who bowls down the leg side for a wide, spoilt the effect there. Ollie Sail, 208 for 4. Scrapes away at the footmarks as if to indicate that that was the problem. It was the foothold that betrayed him, caused him to fire that down the leg side. A little group of pigeons away to the right of the playing area, feasting on some grass seed. Sail bowls, half volley, driven. I think that's going to be 4 runs. Well, the first 5 balls of that over were exemplary. The 6th was a wide, and the 7th was an off-stump half volley, which was driven through the covers for 4.
Yeah, and he'll be really frustrated with that ball. Ollie Sail, but nicely put away by Tom Laws.
I think you could have driven that for 4.
Don't think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I'd have walked straight past it. I would have thought. Not with my back, I wouldn't today. But we're into the final power play because we have had 40 overs now. So 10 to go. And Surrey 212 for 4, having been stuck in by Somerset. Lewis Goldsworthy to continue down there from the pavilion end. He's going to come left arm over the wicket to Sheridan Gums on 49. And Sheridan Gums turns this first ball in towards short mid wicket. Omid's doing the fielding in there once again. Gums quickly checks the field, then Goldsworthy over the wicket to him, and Gums, there's his first 50 in List A cricket in only his 2nd game. So well played, Sheridan Gums. First 50 for him for Surrey in List A cricket. And it's been a very tidy innings this, 67 balls. And Sheridan Gums moves to 50 from 67 balls with 5 fours. And it's just been a very organised innings this from Sheridan Gums. As Goldsworthy into Laws. Laws drives back up the pitch. Goldsworthy does the fielding off his own bowling once again. Quick survey of the field once more as round the wicket goes Goldsworthy, and Laws just pushes this one away out into the offside.
I've got a question for you at the end of the over.
Yes, Mr. Gibson. I look forward to it. I hope I have an answer for you. Goldsworthy's in once more to Laws, and Laws flicks this one almost straight back to Goldsworthy. He's looking to go through mid-wicket there, but actually flicked it straight back at Goldsworthy, and it bounced a couple of feet in front of him. Just the single off this over from Goldsworthy. He's into Laws, who's pulling straight down the ground, so that's a very good over again from Lewis Goldsworthy. 9 to go for Surrey, 41 gone, and they are 213 for 4.
And the question is, and I don't know the answer to this, which is why I'm asking you, because I'm sure you will know the answer to it, is why is it called List A cricket?
Oh, I've absolutely no idea. Well, there is. That's a very List A.
Is there a List B?
Well,
or a List C?
There might well be soon, I tell you, Mr. Gibson. Yes.
Anybody out there in the Twitter sphere who
yes,
knows why
it's called List A
cricket?
Yeah, very good. Maybe it was because when it was first, as you say, invented, so to speak, it was on List A. But is there a List B and a List C? And if so, I'd like to read them and see what's on there as well.
Grumpy Git as well has just tweeted after that rather sad end to the previous Ollie Sale over I rest my case. Yeah. Well, the first 5 balls were very good. Let's see if he can do a repeat of the good bits in that curate's egg of an over. Here he comes, bowling to Laws. He's there and bowls, and Laws gets a short one, which is pulled away into the onside, and Casey Aldridge is there to field it. And on that occasion, I think you could say that it was fair enough from Ollie Sale, because he did have the 2 men out, so you could say he was bowling to his field. We had a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. We are going to have, for the left-handed Sheridan Gums, we've got a long leg, deep backward square leg, straightish mid-wicket on the boundary. 3rd man and a cover sweeper. Those are the 5 men out. Just Jack Brooks saving 1 on the onside, 3 on the offside, saving 1 as sailors into Gums, who placed that down to George Bartlett. That deep backward square leg gets the throw away quickly, and it's just a single. 216 for 4. One scoreboard saying 213 for 4, the others 2, both on 216, so I think that is correct. Gums on 51, Laws on 17 from 24 deliveries. We'll be looking to up the scoring rate as Sale is in and bowls short again. This is pulled away down to long leg, but there's a fielder down there. Alfie Ogborn sends in the return. Again, it's just a single. I suppose that the logic of he's bowling it into the pitch at the moment is Ollie Sale, because you've got quite big square boundaries here at the oval, and relatively shorter straight boundaries. So he wants to get the batsman scoring either side of the wicket, where he's got plenty of protection. He's in now, bowls to Gums, lifts that away into the onside for, not sure whether it was 4 or 6, neither is Nigel Long. Ollie Sale signals 4.
He would do as the bowler.
Eventually Nigel Long does as well. It just pitched just marginally inside the rope.
Yeah, good shot again though from Gums.
Wasn't a good ball though, was it?
It's just a bit too short.
221 for 4. Gums on to 55, career best. In only his 2nd this day innings. Sale bowls, and this is turned down to square leg on the boundary. George Bartlett for another single.
Slightly concerningly, ground staff are making their way towards the seats by the covers.
Oh, yes,
they're actually sitting on the covers now.
I think it's coming from, what's that, the west?
Yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Gibson.
222 for 4. Yeah. It's Sale to Laws. He's there and bowls short down the leg side. Peel for a catch. I don't know why bowlers bother to do that.
I think he's hoping to put the umpire off.
Well, I know, but the umpires are not.
Well, I know he is.
He's especially Nigel Long, who's one of the most experienced umpires in the world.
Absolutely.
It's a wide.
I think think it's just a natural reaction, isn't it? You bowled a ball down the leg side and you just want to make it look a bit better by appealing.
Ollie Sale, tall, strongly built, blonde hair, top knot is there, bowls, and there'll be a single here as Jack Harding fields end of that over. 224 for 4, 42 overs have gone, 8 remain. Tom Laws has 19 and Sheridan Gums has 56. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs off that over.
And I have to say, Surrey have looked much comfier just not having to chase a total, just putting a total on the board with a bit of time, 50 overs to bat. Sheridan Gums, very promising innings this of 56. Tom Laws with him. They've put on 41 now. This the 5th wicket after the partnership of 98 between Reefer and Gums. As Goldsworthy is into Laws. Laws uses his feet, but in the end just stabs the ball out from under his feet.
I've got the answer to this day.
Oh, excellent. Super.
I'll bring it to you at the end of the over.
I am actually intrigued as Goldsworthy's in, slog sweeping his Laws. Get a single all along the carpet out there towards deep mid-wicket. Bartlett does the fielding. That'll be one more to Laws. He moves on to 20, 225 for 4. So, yes, we're going to find out list A. Fingers crossed. As over the wicket comes Goldsworthy. Oh, reverse sweep is out from Sheridan Gums. Gets nothing on this. Hits the foot. Rolls away to the offside. Sheridan Gums goes for a little wander. And over the wicket again goes Goldsworthy. This is turned into the leg side for another single. Throw comes in. So one ball of this, 2 balls of this over to go. Oh, that's very exciting. As around the wicket once again goes Goldsworthy. Here goes Laws straight down the ground using his feet for 6. He's got it straight enough to take the widest long on out the equation. And that's a good use of his feet from Tom Laws. And then straight down the ground it goes for 6. And first time anyone's done that to Goldsworthy. So Laws moves on to 26 now, 232 for 4. As Laws will look for a single here, just pushes this final ball of the over into the offside. So they're just beginning to accelerate now. Surrey, 43 overs gone, 233 for 4. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, why is it list A?
Well, Chris Payne and Ian Shepherd have both sent me the relevant information. The Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians created this category for the purpose of providing an equivalent to first-class cricket to allow the generation of career records and stats for comparable one-day matches. Only the more important one-day competitions in each country, plus matches against a touring test team, are included. The categorisation was the work of Philip Bailey. Matches were divided into categories. List A comprised the matches to be included in the final list. List B was for matches where the players were of first-class standard but the match was not considered to be of sufficient status. And List C was to collect any other matches played by a team that had at some time previously appeared in List A. So it's all very simple and straightforward.
Yes.
But it's the categorisation of the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians.
Very good.
So that now we know. Ollie Sale bowls to Tom Laws, who hits this down the ground over the top of mid-on, and a good sliding stop down below us by Jack Brooks. He didn't get hold of that at all, Tom Laws. He clothed it, as cricketers say. But he got just enough of it to clear Jack Brooks. 2 runs taken, 235 for 4. One of the scoreboards here at the Oval has gone on strike.
Ah, yes.
But the other 2 are working perfectly. Sail to Laws, in and bowls, takes pace off. Laws waits for it, mistimes it out into the offside. That's enabling him to come back for a second run, and the throw comes in from George Bartlett, but Laws safely home. 237 for 4.
Yeah, excellent running from Tom Laws and Sheridan Gums.
Surrey, I often say that the way Surrey run between the wickets in all forms of cricket is a model that other counties
they are
would
good
be well
at running
advised
between the wickets
to follow. They're always putting the fielders under pressure. Sail to Laws, short, and it's come off something or other. They're going through for... No, they're not going through for a single. There's a very comfortable signal there.
Let's hit the grass helmet, and the protection at the back's come off it. That could have almost landed on his stumps there, but it's just the protection on the back of the helmet.
They did take a single in the end.
But we'll have a concussion protocol here now. I think he's all right, Tom Laws. I think he was just through the shot a bit early, in fact. It gives Sheridan Gums an opportunity to get a drink on board. Being brought out to him by Nathan Barnwell. Paul Steele, the Surrey physio, is out there. He doesn't look too concerned. He's just got a smile and a talk. Tom Laws through all his concussion protocols. Gums getting an opportunity to get a towel out there and a drink. Nathan Barnwell's watching away as the concussion test is done, but I think Tom Laws is fine. Just one of those where he's through it a bit early and it struck the side of his crash helmet. Ground staff are still, they look like they're on the beach, the ground staff, sort of lying on the big cover down there in case there is any rain about. But we're dry at the moment, which is fine. I think the lights will have to come on at some point. But yeah, signalled as leg by, so 238 for 4. But I think Tom Laws is okay, thank goodness. And we'll be underway again in a moment. But I don't know, I'm hoping that we do get away with this a bit. But ground staff there is keeping a little eye on the weather at the moment.
Yeah, just sort of filling in away to the west,
isn't it? Right. That's where it's coming up from Reading.
All is well. Tom Laws is fit to continue, but he won't be on strike. Sheridan Gums will be on the receiving end of the 4th ball of Ollie Sale's over, which is the 44th of the innings, as some more pigeons join the party. Could be scattered by an extra cover drive from Sheridan Gums. .57 runs to his name. Ollie Sale. It's quite a long approach. Up to the wicket, bowls a Yorker, and appeal for LBW. And wasn't a bad shout there.
No, Sheridan Gums was trying to swing that into the Peter May stand.
Let's watch the replay. Must have hit him just outside leg stump.
Just about, but
just about.
A bit of bowling from Ollie Sale there.
He might consider himself a little bit hard done by there, Ollie Sale. Here he comes again. Into Gums. This is shorter and takes pace off. That was a good ball. It deceived the batsman who was through his shot. Wasn't a particularly aesthetically pleasing shot, it has to be said. It was of the nature of a slog.
Pigeons today look like they're on parade, don't they? Look.
They do, yeah.
Perfectly
forming an orderly queue.
An orderly queue of pigeons.
Yeah. To get to the grass seed. Pecking away like fury. Sail to Gums. Again, he takes pace off, and this is driven through the covers, scattering the pigeons for 4 runs. He took pace off, but it was a pretty innocuous delivery. Ollie Sail is no good looking, exasperated as he takes his cap from Nigel Long. Mr. Gums had all the time in the world to line that shot up and smash it away through the offside for 4 runs. 242 for 4 at the end of the over.
So, what can Surrey find here off these last 6 overs?
Another 9 off that Ollie Sail over. 8 overs for 51 runs.
I think they've done this very well so far, actually. Can they just get that rate climbing upward now? That's what they'll be trying to do. Sheridan Gums here has played very well for his 61. Reefer with 70. Laws 31. The partnership 59. But I think whatever happens today, they've built this 50 overs very well, Surrey, so far. Been a sensible effort this from Surrey.
Alfie Ogborn coming back into the attack.
So Ogborn it is from the pavilion end. Got a bit gloomier here as Ogborn's in and driving his Laws, thick edge, flies off down towards third man. Should get 2, will get 2 as the throw comes in. Been a good innings this from Tom Laws. It's on to 33. 244 for 4. Ball goes marching back again. It might be the air conditioning, but it feels like the temperature's dropped a bit as well. But I think that might be the air conditioning. As left arm over the wicket goes Ogborn, and oh, the ramp is beautifully played by Tom Laws. And that's over the keeper's head and away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Tom Laws. A very modern shot, but very well executed from Tom Laws. And away for 4 it goes. But yeah, that's good cricket from Tom Laws. Intelligent stuff that from Tom Laws. And away for 4 it goes. And 248 for 4 Surrey. Tom Laws moves on to 37. As waiting once again is the right-handed Laws. Bourne's into him, left arm over. Now this is straight down the ground. I think he'll split long off and long on because he hasn't got much on it. It spins back. Sale gets round to do the fielding, but he'll pick up 2 more, will Tom Laws. He moves on to 39. That brings up the 250 for Surrey. So 250 for 4 Surrey. Ripple of applause around the ground.
Afraid Ben Folkes is out.
Yes, he is. He's gone for 6, bowled by Norkia. So 116 for 6, England. As he's ramping again here is Laws, and this time he's gone down towards fine leg. Brooks is giving it the chase and gets the slide in and knocks the ball back, but they'll get a couple more. But ramping on either side of the wicket is Mr. Laws. 252 for 4.
Yeah, giving Matt Renshaw food for thought. Will he leave? No, he won't leave a man back. I think he'll probably be quite happy for Mr. Laws to keep on ramping.
Keep on ramping.
In the expectation he'll get one wrong.
As he's swinging a miss here from him. He's trying to launch that. Definitely wasn't a ramp. He was trying to launch that into the Peter May stand. Ollie Pope still going though. He's 61 not out from 87 deliveries, but England 116 for 6. But you wonder how long they'll be out there for with it if the night gets like this over in North London. Not sure they'll be out there for long. As in over the wicket again goes Ogborn, and this is driven down the ground by Laws. Gums will turn quick and hair back for the second. It's great running again. But he's a young man, is Mr. Gums. He's got very, very young limbs. And 2 more to the total. And 250 4 for 4.
Trying to get into Coleman balls again.
No, well, he has got young limbs, hasn't he? He's a young
got
man with
limbs.
young limbs. Yes. And back for 2 he goes. And a better over again for Surrey. And as I say, I think they're constructing this 50 overs very well. 254 for 4. 71 the partnership. Tom Laws 43, Gums 61, and Laws has come out and given it some real impetus, hasn't he? 43 off his 39 deliveries.
Yeah. And well, we got one more over from Ollie Sale, I fancy, and then 2 each from Casey Aldridge and Jack Brooks to finish up with. That is what I would expect. Ollie Sale to Sheridan Gums, who drives this hard back down the ground and hits Ollie Sale. That's a painful blow, and he's still down. He's saved his side probably 3 runs by getting in the way of that fierce straight drive from Sheridan Gums, who goes and gives him a consoling pat.
He's going to have a bruise there.
Hit his right ankle. I think he's all right. He's a big, strong boy.
Well, he is, but to call that will have hurt. That really will have hurt.
You can tell by the grimace on his face how much that has hurt. It's hit him just above the ankle on the shin. Matt Renshaw thinks it's highly amusing.
I think it was something that Mr. Shaw just said to him when he asked him how he was feeling.
Yeah.
But he is hobbling a touch here. He might. It's one of those that it can sort of initially it hurts, and then it really hurts. After a little delay, it really hurts.
Fortunately, it's not the foot that he lands on.
He's a strong chap. Yeah. He's Mr. Shaw.
Big, strong boy.
Yep. He's showing you the strength of Thor here, isn't he?
255 for 4 as Sale is in a slower ball to Laws, who waits for it and beats the man at backward point and picks up 4 runs to the MAR Galadari stand away to our left. It was too slow, that delivery from Ollie Sale, and it was too short, and Tom Laws just had to wait for it and pick his spot, which he did very well.
Takes Tom Laws towards a second 50.
259 for 4.
Made 50 on Sunday against Sussex. Now he's on 247.
Ollie Sale, as the light deteriorates. This is short and over. Is that a gallant leap at short third man, and a terrific effort there by, I think that's Josh Thomas. And he managed to get a hand on it. So that's Tom Laws is 50. All that excitement.
It's his second 50 in this day cricket.
Come back for the 3rd run. 259 for 4. Tom Laws 50.
Very well played.
41
Tom
deliveries, 4 fours and a 6.
He's played very well here, Tom Laws, and as I say, it comes off the back of a 50 on Sunday, so he's impressive every time he goes out there at the moment.
Sale to Gums, slower full delivery. That was much better from Ollie Sale. Gums picks up a single. That's all he'll get. Renshaw trots over and has a quick word with his bowler, who marches back purposefully towards his mark. Somerset. Cut off, I presume, is 213, just 234. Sale is in and bowls, and Laws goes for the ramp to a slower ball, misses it, curses himself. Very fortunate not to have been bowled.
He's almost thrown himself off his feet there, Tom Laws. But no, again, impressive innings this from him.
Actually missed the stumps by quite a way outside his off stump. 263 for 4 as Sale is into Laws, and this is a slower full toss, driven and very well stopped by Matt Renshaw, who saved probably just a single because Jack Harding was moving down to the boundary behind him. But setting a good example is the captain. End of the over. 264 for 4 at the end of that over, which is the 46th. So 4 overs remain for Surrey to add to what's already a pretty useful total on a slowish pitch that isn't giving any of the bowlers very much in the way of assistance. But I fancy, Mark, quick scoring's not going to be easy on this.
No, not on here. And I think they've actually constructed these 50 overs really well, Surrey, with the bat. And as I say, this young Surrey batting lineup, you know, lost Ryan Patel early, the 13th, courtesy of that amazing catch from Matt Renshaw. I'm sure that is on social media somewhere. If it is, find it, because it was a wonderful catch. But then Blake with his 36, then Reefer with his 70. Laws 51, Gums 63, so excellent stuff really is. Brooks is in over the wicket to Laws, and Laws is driving through the pigeons, and they'll come back for 2 again. The running's excellent, it really is, and they put Casey Aldridge under a bit of pressure there, and the young limbs of these young men getting them between the wickets very quickly at the moment.
Well, they've got young heads on
they
their
have
young shoulders
on their young shoulders as well, indeed. So 2 more to Tom Laws. He moves on to 52. I'll tell you what would be handy is if they just switch that scoreboard off. That's still saying 213 for 4.
Takes my eye sometimes.
266 for 4. Now, Surrey, Laws on to 53. It is very, very gloomy here, though, at the moment. As Brooks is in, and here he goes, ramping again. Oh, well played, Tom Laws. That one over short fine. He knows fine legs on the edge of the circle. He's taken that from, well, almost a foot outside his off stump and just ramped it up and over the top of the short fine. Very good stuff, that, from Tom Laws.
What's the best bowling riposte to that sort of shot? What can bowlers do to avoid it? Well,
if he can play it well, base of the middle stump's always handy. There, oh, he's playing the other one now. He's just jumping all round the crease and reversing it. Or short one, if you can get it up overhead high, is always quite handy. But he'll get a single this time. We'll always on to 58. You know, if you can play it like that, though, it opens up the entire ground for you, really. And he's happy just to play it either side. We've seen him play it either side of the wicket, and the key thing is he's got quick hands, so he can adjust quickly. As Brooks is into Sheridan Gums, who's pulling out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll pick up a single. 1 more to the total. 1 more to Sheridan Gums. He's on to 64. 272 for 4. But you have to have be very confident and back yourself, because if you miss it, you could cause yourself all no end of damage. But quick hands as well, and a very good eye. He's doing it again, and this one is hit the toe end of his bat. Trying the reverse ramp that time. That was well bowled by Jack Brooks. Got it right up there and basically hit the toe of Laws's bat. So 1 more to the total. Laws on to 59. But yes, it's not an easy thing to do, but if you can do it, opens up the entire ground for you. And
another good over for Surrey.
Makes the bowler do something they might not want to. Sheridan Gums is driving out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary route. They're back for 2 again. Great running from Tom Laws. Sprints back for the second. That has been a real feature. Surrey's running between the wickets, as Anthony Gibson was saying, is always very, very good. But these two absolutely tearing between the stumps at the moment. So 3 to go, and Surrey 275 for 4.
I think is it raining, or is it just people moving?
I think the way they're moving, it might be raining.
There's a couple of umbrellas up over in the Peter Maystown.
Well, they've been just about right. They said 2 o'clock-ish that there might be a bit of rain about, but here go the umbrellas. We can see it on the live stream. Yes, and it's got very dark.
275 for 4. So, you know, if Duckworth Lewis does come into play, which is looking pretty likely at the moment, having lost only 4 wickets. They're well placed.
Yeah, they are.
Aldridge is going to bowl.
Yeah, I can see the rain now. Might not be out there much longer, I don't think.
Tom Laws is on 59. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is up in the air. Could be no, it's going to drop short of Andrew Mead coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Miscue from Tom Laws, but he gets away with it.
I think the umpires will try and stay out as long as they can, because we're towards the end of this 50 overs. They'd ideally like to get all 50 in.
Yeah, we've got 17 balls remaining in the Surrey innings, and Aldridge just marshalling his field.
Lot of umbrellas up now, though. You can actually see the rain coming down.
It's gloomy here at the Oval. And Casey Aldridge is finally all set, his field placed to his, this is miles outside the off stump and signalled as a wide.
Well, extra deliveries aren't going to help us get to the end of this 50 over.
All that trouble with setting the field, and then he bowls run about 2 yards outside the off stump. Here he comes again. 277 for 4 in the 47th. This is pulled away, and that could be a catch. No, it's just dropping short of George Bartlett.
Brilliant catch. He's taken that, Bartlett. That's a brilliant catch.
Has he?
Yeah, definitely. And he's made no fuss at all about that.
Absolutely remarkable catch. I thought it was dropping short of him.
Yeah, no, he took it brilliantly low down and then just threw the ball away.
Yep.
And Sheridan Gums' very fine innings comes to an end.
Well, my humble apologies to George Bartlett. That was a tremendous catch.
See, young man with young limbs again.
I didn't think absolutely. And a fine catch, and it could be quite an important catch as well, because it's a 5th Surrey wicket.
Hugely promising innings that, though, from Sheridan Gums of 66 in only his 2nd game, and Casey Aldridge has 3 now. So yeah, very good catch that from Bartlett. Made it look very straightforward, and I think it was the fact that there was no fuss or bother, he just rolled the ball back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Here comes Nick Kimber, who, as we saw against Warwickshire, can hit the ball a very, very long way. 277 for 5 now in the 48th over. It was the only thing that gave it away for me was that Sheridan Gums turned around and started walking off. he knew the catch had been taken clearly by Bartlett, but that's a very promising innings from Sheridan Gums of 66. As I say, he looks very organised to me. But if Kimber could give it a little bit of long handle here. Still raining, but they're sticking out there at the moment.
277 for 5 then, as Aldridge is in bowls to Kimber, who plays this away over the top of backward point for 4 runs. Well, it was short and wide outside the off stump, and all Kimber really had to do was to slash at it, and if he got any bat on it, chances were it was going to clear the infield and bring in 4 runs. Nick Kimber, I saw his brother Lewis get 100 for Leicestershire against Somerset last Friday. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is played away through the onside. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well, he doesn't mess around, Mr. Kimber, does he?
He sort of picked up where he left off here against Warwickshire. Just walked out, although it took him a while to get going against Warwickshire, but when he did, boy oh boy,
to get going here. He's hit his first 2 deliveries for 4.
Well, his confidence is obviously very high. He missed the game on Sunday, wasn't very well, poor chap. But yeah, nice start that.
Lincolnshire boy, one of 3 cricketing brothers. Aldridge bowls short, and that was better from Casey Aldridge, bowling that hard into the pitch and went past head height.
I just wonder as well for Casey Aldridge and the bowlers at the moment, that ball will be getting greasy. They're doing this in the rain at the moment, and that can sometimes make the bowling a bit tougher.
It's only very light rain at the moment though, isn't it? A lot of people, in fact, I think most of the umbrellas have gone down. 285 for 5, Aldridge in and bowls, and this is up in the air, could be a catch, and is dropped. Oh dear, dropped by Alfie Ogborn. He should have taken it. He got himself into quite a good position. It wasn't the easiest catch in the world, but at this level those sorts of catches need to be taken, and again it could have quite a big impact on the outcome. At 286 for 5 at the end of that over as they round the single.
Well, at the moment, Surrey aiming for that 300. They are 14 runs away from it. They've got a couple of overs left, and the rain, I think, has just calmed down a touch now, as Anthony Gibson was saying. Here's Brooks then with the penultimate over from the pavilion end, and swing and a miss from Nick Kimber. And that's into the gloves of Root, moving away to his right-hand side. But as I say, this Surrey innings, it's Plate 36, Reefer 70, Gum 66, Laws 60 not out. You know, it's good contributions from those young men, and they've constructed it very nicely as Brooks is in, and it's a no ball from Jack Brooks. It's a slower ball from Jack Brooks, but it's a no ball. The arm is out. Brooks doesn't look best pleased. Bowlers never do, and this will be a free hit. So that's the 5th one, I think, now today from Somerset. So Nick Kimber, he'll fancy his chances here.
Yeah, 5th no
Nick
ball.
Kimber. Free hit for Kimber then. Brooks is into him, and Kimber swing and a miss. And it goes into the gloves of Root, moving away to his right-hand side. Now, they're just hurrying through here, but they've got plenty of time. The cut-off time's 2:35. So they've got to just be starting that final over at 2:35. Somerset. I think they might be batting under light, Somerset, though. In comes Brooks. This is slammed by Kimber out through the offside. Aldridge slides, flicks, and they'll get back for 2 as Umeed with the throw.
Good fielding. That ball was travelling.
Yep, very good from Casey Aldridge. He almost slid past Umeed there for a second. 290 for 5. Jack Brooks, 3 balls left of this over, 9 balls left of this Surrey innings as Brooks is over the wicket, and this is slammed straight down the ground by Kimber. 1 bounce into the side screen for 4. So Nick Kimber's doing a bit of damage at the back end here, and that whistles away down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. He's on to 15, and Surrey move on to 294 for 5.
Don't know what he was trying to do there, Jack Brooks.
Kimber's waiting again, and now he's ramping, but it's gone straight up in the air. Is Rue going to get there? He is, and he takes the catch, diving forward. Good catch that, actually, from James Rue. Had a lot of ground to make up. Jack Brooks gives him a pat on the head, but Kimber there, quick fire 15, and Surrey are 294 for 6. But
Yes.
he's done a bit of damage there as Nick Kimber.
Good catch. Young man's catch. Not sure Stephen Davis would have got there if he'd had the gloves on.
Young man's game these days, isn't it? It really is.
Well, particularly this. Well, not white ball.
So Conor McCurr makes his way out there into the middle to join Tom Laws, but yes, that's a very good catch from Root. I have it on good authority. It's absolutely pelting down sort of Chelsea Fulham way. So that's over to our right. So that may be where it's gone. And we have missed the worst of it. So fingers crossed, eh? 294 for 6. Still looking at that scoreboard, that hasn't budged since the 40th over. Still up there. 294 for 6 then. And Kimber gone for 15. I think we are going to get through these 50 overs though, which makes it much better for everybody, because you want to be getting through the 50 rather than the Duckworth-Lewis. Whether we get through the rest of the afternoon,
I'd be very surprised if we do.
Yeah, it just feels
at least one interruption.
Yeah, absolutely. So Conor McCurr stands with bat raised as over the wicket comes Jack Brookstone, and McCurr's first ball's wide outside the off stump. It's signalled wide as well.
I have unhappy memories of Mr. Conor McCurr. Last ball of the T20 game.
Oh yes,
here.
of course, and he hit a
Surrey
boundary.
Needed 4 to win.
That's right.
Peter Siddle bowled it.
That's right.
Going for the Yorker, didn't quite get it right. And Mr. McCurr drove it through the covers for 4.
He did,
unavailing dive by Tom Abel.
As in comes Brooks. Cool, this has been swung high in the air. Now, a bit of catching practice for long on, and it's dropped. Down it goes. It was up there a long time.
Good try. I mean,
it was
sprinting in. Ollie Sale, it was.
Yeah, sprinting in, got both hands to it. Then as he hit the ground, it just came out. So McCurr is off the mark with 2. That's the end of the 49th over. So 1 over to go here for Surrey. And the final over will be bowled by Casey Aldridge. And Surrey are 297 for 6. And Tom Laws will be on strike on 60.
Still 1 or 2 umbrellas up in the crowd. One's just gone down, another one's just gone up. And they're away to our right, they're going up as well. So let's just hope we get this last over in. It's going to be bowled by Casey Aldridge. Bowling to Tom Laws. He's in and bowls, and Laws gets this up in the air. Rue is coming underneath it and will take the catch. And that is the 7th Surrey wicket to go down. It's Tom Laws, who's caught by James Rue off the bowling of Casey Aldridge for 60. And it's 297 for 7.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge has a 4th wicket, so well bowled him, but very well played Tom Laws. Very good 60 runs those. Well bowled Casey Aldridge. Tom Rue's been in the game the last couple of overs. So Tom Laws, very fine innings of 60 there. 297 for 7. And I think, again, the construction of this Surrey 50 overs has been very good so far.
Do you not think they've lost some unnecessary wickets just at the end?
Well, I think they're just trying to get on with it, but I'll be honest with you, Kimber's probably the only one that could walk in there and launch it out the ground first ball. So I think that's the thing. I think it's not their natural games to go out and launch it all over the park straight away. So I think actually, you know, up to that point where they've got to get on with it, they've got to play some shots now. It's been good.
Matt Dunn, left-hander, is the new batsman. This is driven down the ground, and it should be caught, and is caught. Very well caught by Matt Renshaw, running in from mid-off and diving low to take that catch, two-handed, just off the ground. And his second very good catch of this innings from Matt Renshaw. And it means that Casey Aldridge will be on a hat-trick. 297 for 8.
5 for Casey Aldridge
he
now.
has.
And he's on a hat-trick.
And I suspect that those are his best figures in white ball cricket, in list A cricket.
Yeah. Well, he gave everything, Matt Dunn, but it came straight off the toe of his bat. And it was a very good catch from Renshaw, diving forward. So out comes Amar Verdi. But 5 for 45. Very good.
Well, if Somerset can deny Surrey this 300, I think they'll be reasonably happy Although there's been some sloppy bowling in the last 10 overs, and Surrey have been able to go along at 10 runs and over without really too much difficulty, without taking much in the way of risks. Some good ramp shots from Tom Laws have helped them, and Sheridan Gums batted very sensibly. Right, Casey Aldridge on a hat-trick. He's bowling to Amar Verdi. He's in and bowls. Verdi makes room for himself and plays it away into the offside, and there's a good sliding stop by Josh Thomas, and it's just a single, 298 for 8.
Yeah, that was probably, of all the hat-trick balls to Amar Verdi, that probably wasn't the right one. Straight and full, but well bowled, Casey Aldridge.
Here he comes again, bowling to McCurr, who gets a Yorker and digs it out down to fine leg. They think about a second run, but it's not there. 299 for 8.
Yeah, very good from Casey Aldridge. He's a very good bowler, this young man.
2 balls to come. Amar Verdi, who of course played for Somerset on loan against Lancashire up at Southport. Aldridge to Verdi, who makes room for himself, and they're going to try and come back for a second run here as Harding is onto the ball now, sends in his return, but there's a long sprint in from that boundary, and the 300 is indeed up for Surrey. 301 for 8 they are, with 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, as I say, I think they've constructed this really well today. They don't have those players that can just walk in and lump it out the ground.
Last ball, Aldridge is in and bowls, and Verdi and McCurr almost collide. The throw's coming into the wicket-keeper's end, and he's going to be run out, and is run out, and that is the end of Amar Verdi. So it's just the 1 run. So Surrey finish on 302 for 9 in their 50 overs. The highlights from the Surrey point of view: 70 from Nico Reefer, his best in List A cricket. 66 from Sheridan Gums, ditto, also his best in List A cricket. And 60 for Tom Laws. And for Somerset, the standout performance, Casey Aldridge, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 50. So 302 is the final score, and Somerset will need 303 to win.
They will indeed, and the covers are coming on now, but that's just a precaution in case it hammers it down in the next half an hour. We're all going to nip off and have a bit of a break. I'm going to go and do some calisthenics to get my back moving. Mr. Gibson's going to have some lunch. We'll be back with you in half an hour. But Surrey batting first, 302 for 9. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Somerset and the Surrey live stream. The extraordinary thing is we're still dry here in South London because we've all been having a little look at what's happening at Lord's. Absolutely belting down at Lord's. Now, we did have some thunder during the interval whilst... well, most people from the press were diving headfirst into shepherd's pie from what I could see. There was some thunder around the place, but we're getting back out there, and Surrey posting 302 for 9. I thought they constructed their 50 overs very, very well. I thought Casey Aldridge was outstanding with the ball for Somerset, so it'll be 303 for Somerset to win. Anthony Gibson is alongside. It's set up very nicely, this, if we get lucky with the weather, and at the moment we're lucky because I think everywhere else in London is absolutely chucking it down at the moment.
We are, but I think if Somerset have got any sense, they'll keep a very close eye on the Duckworth-Lewis par, because I think it would be a minor miracle if we get through the rest of this game without an interruption, and Somerset will need to stay ahead of whatever the par score is, and hope that we get at least 10 overs of the innings in. Unlike Surrey, unfortunate last year when they were well ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis par when the heavens opened and the umpires took them off after only 8 overs, and it was a no result.
Yeah, and well, the other thing that Surrey will think to themselves and Somerset will think to themselves is Surrey will think early wickets, Duckworth-Lewis. Somerset may just think to themselves as well, don't lose any up top. Let's just have a quiet first 10. Let's see what the weather does. But it'll be Matt Dunn to get us started here with Umeed on strike. So Andrew Umeed on strike, right-hander. First ball from Dunn to him from the Vauxhall end is back of a length, climbs. Umeed lets it go and it's taken by Blake, and there are 2 slips in there straight away.
Who are the slips?
McCurr and Ryan Patel. Connor McCurr at first, Ryan Patel at second. Then Tom Laws is jumping around at extra cover. Ben Geddes is at mid-off. Kimber's at mid-on. Reef is away at backward point. And Amar Verdi is on the edge of the circle at fine leg. Gums is at deep backward square. As in over the wicket goes Matt Dunn, and this one's pushed down to backward point. There is Reefer, comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. And then you've got the very impressive Yusuf Majid down there at third man. So it looks, I've just seen a photo from Mr. Daniel Norcross from Lord's out the press box. There's there's a lake at Lord's at the moment. As in over the wicket comes Dunn, and he meets off the mark nicely and neatly and tidily, just opening up the face of the bat and running it down to third man. Brings James Rue onto strike for the first time, and Somerset up and running in pursuit of 303. They are 1 without loss, but they do Duckworth-Lewis per ball here.
They do, I've noticed that. Yeah, I was just thinking that, I mean, 302 is a good score in a 50 over game, but there was nothing really spectacular about it, was there?
That's why I liked it, because they haven't really got anyone, as I say, who can walk out there and just launch the ball at the back end. So I thought they went about it very sensibly, Surrey, to put a total on the board, as Matthew Dunn is in and Rue's off the mark very neatly and tidily. Just tucks this one off his hip into the leg side. They'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total.
Interesting that Rue is opening the innings. He was down to come in at number 6 with Renshaw opening the innings, but I'm sure this is his best position, James Rue.
I just think as well, for sort of a younger batting lineup, sometimes actually it's better to bat first. I know Somerset won the toss and stuck Surrey in, but I think sometimes it just takes that bit of that pressure off, really. As Dunn is in, and Meads had a flash at this one that climbs on him. Outside his off stump, beats the outside edge, taken by Blake up above his right shoulder. Because there's been a couple of games where Surrey have been chasing, well, against Middlesex they were chasing over 360 odd, I think it was. And it was the same at Hove. 352 to win in that game against Middlesex, and then 372 I think it was. And you're under a bit of pressure straight away there, aren't you? As in over the wicket comes Dunn, and Hamid drives back up the pitch. Dunn gets a fingertip to it. It rolls up to Ben Geddes at mid-off. Tidy first over. That from Matthew Dunn. Just the 2 runs off it. And chasing the 303 for victory. And 2 without loss. Somerset, Hamid has 1 and Rue has 1.
Well, Surrey did defend their 293 against Warwickshire. Just.
Well, no, they were chasing. Surrey were chasing and were out the game completely. And then I think they needed 104 off the last 10. That's when Kimber went absolutely nuts. Yep. And then Matthew Dunn batted like Brian Lara for about 3 overs. And then Liam Norwell, first ball of the last over with the scores tied, bowled a very good Yorker to Matthew Dunn and knocked his off stump out the ground. So it was all tied up, but it was a terrific game of cricket. It really was. Tom Laws it will be from the pavilion end.
Yep, first time I've seen him bowl, I think. He's going to be bowling to left-handed James Rue. He's there and bowls and beats Rue with a good one outside the off stump, angled across. Rue holds the pose, as if to say he played deliberately inside the line of that, but I don't think he did. I think that was a play and a miss.
I think he'll enjoy these conditions. Floodlights are on, so it's a floodlit chase, this, for Somerset. And I think he'll enjoy these conditions, a bit like Casey Aldridge as well.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. Slip is in, and this is turned away into the onside by James Rue just for a single. Sheridan Gums comes in from the deep backward square leg boundary to do the fielding. 3 without loss, 2 to Rue and 1 to Umid. Conor McCurr at slip, and Ryan Patel's going to come in alongside him.
I've just seen a picture from Mr. George DeBell from Lords. It looks like it's the middle of the night there.
Is Lords striding in, and this is played away into the offside and well fielded by Gums at backward point.
It's amazing, really, because it's 5 miles away.
You know exactly how far away it is.
Yes, I do.
How many times did you run between here and there?
200. Yeah. So yes, I know. I know the route, but yeah, it's 5 miles away, Lords, from here.
Well, it is extraordinary. Laws bowls, and Umid, again, he's shaping as if he played inside the line of that. Just signals to his batting partner that moved away a little bit off the seam, which it assuredly did. Good conditions these for seam bowling.
Absolutely ideal conditions.
That was a very good ball indeed from Tom Laws. It was angled in at the right-hander and left him off the seam. He's there now and bowls, and again Umid just gropes at that ball outside the off stump.
We have to have 10 overs, don't we, to have a game? But,
we do.
But they've got to be sensible here, Somerset, because if Surrey were to pick up 3 or 4 in that first 10, and then
Duckworth Lewis goes through the roof.
Absolutely.
But the other factor is that Somerset only bat down to number 6.
Yes.
And they've got a very long tail. Laws is in and bowls, and this is manoeuvred down to Amar Verdi down below us at third man for a single. So 2 overs have gone, 2 runs from each of the 2 overs, and at the end of the 2 overs it's 4 without loss.
It's extraordinary that, as I say, only 5 miles up the road it does look like the middle of the night, and there is a small lake forming at Lords at the moment. Well, it's quite a big lake forming at Lords at the moment. I cannot see how they're going to get back out there today.
Perhaps some of the crowd at Lords ought to migrate here to the Oval.
Well, that's what I'm.
We could have a very good game of cricket on our hands.
I'm going to let George DeBell know that, because he sent me a picture of what he's looking at. I'm going to say, come here, George, come here. As in over the wicket goes Matt Dunn to Umid, and that's a lovely shot from Umid. Plays this one through the covers and away for 4. Just lent on that off the back foot. That's whistled away and over the boundary rope and away for 4. probably Aldridge and Dunn are the two quickest bowlers on show today, and Mead there cracks that one out through the covers and away for 4. And that's a nice way to pick up your first boundary of the day. It really is. As this one just back of a length, and Mead's pushing that one down towards backward point, and they'll get a single.
Misfielded.
Yeah, a little slip I think there for Nico Riefert. He's very good in there. Nice innings from him today of 70.
It took a bit of time to get going.
It did, but again, that was the thing. Without a target and that pressure of, oh gosh, we've got to be at this point by this point of the innings, he could actually just take a bit of time to get going. Thought Gums just looked very organised. And Tom Laws again, very good with the bat. As over the wicket comes Matthew Dunn. This is turned by Rue off his pads into the leg side. There is Laws to do the fielding.
I'd like to see them going harder with the first run. I mean, they were just ambling through there. They settled for a single right from the word go. Whereas what Surrey do is they don't settle for anything. They go hard right from the start, and then they review the situation when they've got up the other end.
Absolutely. And well, I was talking
the
about
fielders know that. They know that.
And it puts them under some pressure as well. As over the wicket comes Dunn. That's down the leg side. This will be wide signalled. And one more to the total, 11 without loss. But yet, I think the thing is anyone who's ever played before and sort of done that, been on the boundary, if you're running in to pick the ball up and you can see they're sprinting the first and everyone's shouting at you, get the ball in, it just sometimes can just make you take your eye off the ball. Matthew Dunn's had a lovely haircut, as in over the wicket comes Dunn, and this is clipped beautifully by Mead. It was on leg stump, but it's a very nice looking shot from Mead. He just turns his wrists on that, and that whistles over the boundary rope and away for 4. He's on to 11, 15 without loss. Somerset, it was there to be put away, but he put it away beautifully. Lovely balance.
Hasn't really played a significant innings yet, Andrew Mead, for Somerset in this competition. Somerset are ahead on Duckworth.
They are indeed.
They need to stay there.
They do. after 10 overs. As in over the wicket once again comes Dunn, and he Mead's forward, and they've got rid of a slip and got a short mid-wicket in now, and that's turned straight to Tom Laws in there at short mid-wicket. Isn't the weather a funny thing, eh? Even if it was to chuck it down now, you think what the weather's like everywhere else, and we're out there in the middle here, and the crowd are all sat out watching away. As I say, we did have some thunder during the lunch break, put nobody off their shepherd's pie downstairs, I noticed. There was shepherd's pie and pie, as in comes Dunn, forward goes Mead, hits the inside edge of the bat, rolls into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 3 gone, 15 without loss. But it was the press lunch today was, and we get treated royally here, of course, to even get lunch.
Of course, it's Surrey.
But absolutely.
It's not raining.
But it was a very pie-based lunch, I noticed today.
Yeah, there were two. There was a cheese sauce pie. And some very nice chicken which I had.
Yes, very good.
And then venison shepherd's pie.
Of course, well,
I'm not sure you can call it shepherd's pie.
Well, venison pie at lunch. I was doing some stretching exercises at that point to try and get my back moving.
Well, one gentleman of the press, who should be named, has had some of everything.
You're quite right too.
He's down the leg side from Laws and just helped on his way down to the fine leg boundary by no, it wasn't. It came off his pad. James Rue. 4 runs accrued there, 19 without loss.
Well, I think I know which member of the press it was, because I wandered over to say hello to them, and it would have been quicker if they'd just taken their knife and fork to the buffet. Really, wouldn't it? I've never seen a plate.
His excuse was that it's the only thing I'll eat today.
No, really.
Apart from a sandwich when I get home.
Well, to be fair, it would be the only thing you need to eat all week with the amount that was on his plate.
The ball has gone under the covers and has been retrieved.
I always think when you go on those holidays to all-inclusive places, that's dangerous. That really is dangerous. You have to time your meals to perfection.
I haven't tried that.
Or you have whatever you want all day.
Here's Laws in and bowls to Rue, drives, but fielded at short mid-wicket.
I'm not a big breakfast person, but I do find myself at those places on the first morning sat there with omelette, sausages, massive bowl of cereal, because it's all there. You want to.
You find that
it's very exciting.
The sort of hotels that I
Yes,
see,
yeah.
All you can eat buffet.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable the amount of food that some people can consume. This is down the leg side, and he's gone. He just tickled that, did James Rue, and he's been out like that before. He was looking to swing it away down to long leg. A pretty innocuous delivery from Tom Laws. Just got a feather on it, and taken by Josh Blake, the Surrey wicket-keeper. So that is the first wicket down for Somerset, and a soft wicket in all honesty. James Rue, who made 100 against Middlesex, will be very disappointed to have gone out for just 3. Court Blake bowled Laws, 19 for 1.
I wonder, with the reaction from Surrey there, if that was a plan. And you said he's been out like that before, James Rue. I just think from the reaction, I think that might have been a plan from Surrey to James Rue, which has worked. So Tom Laws with the wicket, but it was the way that Laws looked back towards the dressing room after he took the wicket. I wonder if they've watched a bit of James Rue and just said, look, just try and get him off his hip there. And Lewis Goldsworthy makes his way out into the middle. So 19 for 1.
Legitimate way of getting a batsman out. Tom Lammonby was got out that way in the first match of the championship season down at the Ageas Bowl with Kyle Abbott. Kyle Abbott suggested it to James Fuller, who was the bowler. He went up to him and said, you know, he's weak on the leg stump, and Fuller bowled exactly the right delivery. Lammonby went to turn it down to long leg, nicked behind, gone.
Absolutely, you see a lot of that.
You could see them,
now.
you know, then they're all high-fiving, and it was quite clearly a preconceived plan.
Well, I think, you know, we all talk about the live streaming and everything, but I think, you know, everybody can see what everybody else is doing now. And as I say, just from that reaction, I think they may have just sort of planned that.
Goldsworthy's a new batsman, and he gets one on his hip from Laws and turns it into the onside quite safely. And is off the mark straight away, 20 for 1. But you see what that does to the Duckworth Lewis at this stage. After this next delivery, the par score is 36.
It does just shoot it up, doesn't it?
It is.
Wickets.
Laws from the pavilion end, straight approach, long strides. He's there, bowls, and Umeed gets a thick edge on that. Down to Verdi at third man. That's another single. 21 for 1. Somerset chasing 303 to win after restricting Surrey to 302 for 9 in the end. In their 50 overs, Verdi being a run out off the very last ball of the innings. Laws to Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy's taken on a mixture of bat and pad. Some enthusiastic appealing from McCurr and wicketkeeper Blake. Nothing from the bowler, who'd seen what had happened. It's the end of the over, and Somerset 21 for 1.
Yeah, and another good indicator is the ground staff are still sat on the covers down there to our left-hand side. So they're still all sat on the big bit of sheeting down there in case they're required to drag that out there. But at the moment we're okay. It's there they are on the live stream. So Lee Fortis, the head groundsman, I think there he's either playing bingo or he's looking at the rain radar. As in over the wicket comes Matthew Dunn, outside edge, and Umeed's gone. He's tried to play inside the line of that. He's got a little nick on it. It's a good catch from Blake away to his right, and Umeed has gone now for 12. And that is 21 for 2. And Surrey delighted because with this weather at the moment, as we said, if Surrey could take some wickets early, That shoots the old Duckworth-Lewis up. But Umeed almost looking like he was just trying to play inside the line of that, and it's actually found the outside edge. Good catch from Blake. Umeed has gone, and Somerset are 21 for 2.
Well, I think Somerset are in the position now of praying for rain before 10 overs are completed of their innings. It's going to be very hard for them to get abreast of Duckworth-Lewis now, given that Duckworth-Lewis for the next delivery stands at 65.
It's amazing what it does, a wicket or two to Duckworth-Lewis, just goes shooting up. It really does. I've always wished that sort of my career wages had gone like Duckworth-Lewis.
Big grin on Matt Renshaw's face as he walks to the wicket.
Yeah, he's a very watchable character, Matt Renshaw. He's a watchable batter. He's a brilliant catch in the field today at slip as well. Game's shooting out from the dressing room. So he's out there in the middle, the skipper now.
I see that as well. Leg stump guard. That's the way.
Yeah, so out in the middle he is, Matt Renshaw. It's just got a bit gloomier here under the lights. It's not easy, this. As Matthew Dunn is into Matt Renshaw, and first ball Renshaw across his stumps, looking to work leg side. Height will be the issue. It hits him on the thigh guard, rolls away down towards short fine, and there is no run. But well, these are the conditions that some of them have got to try and get through. But I mean, how it's not raining, it's beyond me at the moment. But it's not. And we got the lights on. You'd rather be a bowler at the moment, though. 2 slips in there. Dunn turns down below us. Comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Renshaw, who's off the mark in Renshaw fashion with a gorgeous drive through the covers for 4. It's a lovely shot from Matt Renshaw. It really is. Just class. And away for 4 it goes. And it's 25 for 2.
Yep, fresh from the 120 that he made against Middlesex from 102 deliveries on Sunday, so he's in good nick.
Good. He's a lovely player to watch, he really is. Sets himself over his bat once more. Dunn is into him. Renshaw solidly forward. Plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Up comes Sheridan Gums to do the fielding.
Mark Davis was very critical of Renshaw early on in that innings because he was moving around. He wasn't still when he was playing his shots, but as the innings went on, he became more and more confident, more and more still at the crease, and in the end was batting really nicely.
It was a pretty simple setup, isn't it? As in comes Dunn again. Shout for LBW. Must be very tight.
Very close. Height.
Well, I can't think it's high. It must have he's either hit it or it's pitched outside, because he's sat on his stumps. Hasn't gone anywhere on the crease there. So he's either got a bit of bat on it, or umpire Long thinks that's pitched outside. Yeah, pitched outside, because that's knocking middle stump out the ground. So it's just pitched outside. It's a good decision that from Nigel Long. It really is. Matthew Dunn comes marching back towards us once again. As in over the wicket he comes to Renshaw. Forward he goes, Matt Renshaw. Good battle this. And Renshaw sees off the over from Matt Dunn, but a successful one from Matt Dunn. Picks up Umeed for 12. 5 overs, if I could speak. 5 overs, maybe the 2 painkillers I took have kicked in. 5 overs gone. 25 for 2. Somerset needing 303 for victory.
Yep, the crowd more or less the same size this afternoon as it was this morning. It hasn't filled up. We haven't had any refugees arrive from Lords just yet, but give it time.
Well, they'll be here.
Tom Laws then to bowl another over from the pavilion end, and that goes into the onside off the bat of Lewis Goldsworthy. 26 for 2.
Well, I'd be amazed if there's any more cricket at Lords today, because there is, as I say, a lake. So thank you to Tim, He's let us know that it's raining in Amsterdam as well. So thank you, Tim, for that. Excellent. Although, to be fair though, to Tim, oh no, the Netherlands aren't playing today.
No. Here's Laws in and bowls to Renshaw, who plays a lovely shot through the between short third man and backward point. A back cut off the back foot with a vertical bat. Lovely shot from Matt Renshaw. Class, that was.
Well, his first shot was all class as well. Just plays it very late, doesn't he? Guides it away.
30 for 2. Renshaw, I wonder if he's got the Duckworth-Lewis past green mind. Still fairly distant prospect. Stands at 67 at the moment. This is down the leg side and is given as a wide by umpire Shanmugam. Surendiran Shanmugam.
You know who Renshaw, again, you just see players, don't you? And every time you did. Matthew Elliott. Do you remember Matthew Elliott, who opened for Australia?
I do indeed. His Laws. And this is pushed into the offside. He won a C&G final, I think it was, at Lords for Yorkshire against Somerset.
Very good player.
100.
Yeah, played for Glamorgan as well, didn't he? But terrific player. Of course, Mike Smith will remember him because he had him dropped by Graham Thorpe. Went on to get a double 100. Got 199 and then never got a Test match wicket, Mike Smith.
Laws to Renshaw, who drives and misses. How is Graham Thorpe?
Well, from what we read in the paper, I've heard, and the thing is that everybody has, respected the wishes of his family. So
there's been no more recent
news at all. No.
Let's see if he pulls through. Laws to Renshaw. Renshaw punching that into the offside, but he won't get a run as it's fielded by I was going to say the Surrey skipper, but he's not skippering them, Ryan Patel. It's Ben Geddes who's the captain. 31 for 2 in the 6th over. And Surrey will be anxious to get the 10 overs under their belt. This is just over the top. That would have been a spectacular catch had it been pulled off by Nico Riefer. As it was, it went like a bullet to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. 35 for 2. Renshaw is in a bit of a hurry, I think. He's moved on to 12.
This is how hard he's hit that. Riefer was only halfway off the ground by the time it had bounced and gone in and hit the boundary boards. He absolutely laced that. And there's a definite thought process here from Matt Renshaw. He's thinking, can I get us up somewhere near it by 10?
It's a high risk.
It is, but it's entertaining. Matt Dunn with the 7th over. It's coming into Lewis Goldsworthy, who's driving handsomely for 4. That's a lovely shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. So we've seen some shots already in his first 6.1 overs, and that one's whistled off to the boundary rope, and Goldsworthy moves on to 6, 39 for 2. Just looking away to our right. Now, the wind hasn't really changed direction, but it's definitely raining probably 1.5 miles away, I'd say, towards Chelsea and Fulham, as forward comes Goldsworthy, plays this very solidly up towards Kimber at mid-on, and the Shard and the Gherkin sort of shrouded in mist during the interval, which are sort of behind us to our left. But here in this oasis of calm, still not raining. Very dark, mind you, even with the lights on. It's not the middle of the night as it is at Lords at the moment. As Dunn is in over the wicket, short ball. Goldsworthy, good looking shot, just punches off that back foot, but Laws is quickly round to do the fielding, and there is no run. Duckworth Lewis at the moment after this next delivery, the fourth, 71. 39. Well, if the rain is coming, Ben Geddes spots the rain's coming, bung the ball to Amal Verdi or someone and get a couple of overs in quick.
Absolutely.
As here is done over the wicket once again, and Goldsworthy. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. That's the best of the lot for me so far. Renshaw's played a couple of spectacular shots, but that from Goldsworthy is just pure touch. He's just hasn't really even gone onto the back foot. He's just put his hands through it, and it is just whistled away. That's a gorgeous shot from Goldsworthy. It really is. He's on to 10. 43 for 2. Over the wicket comes done once more to Goldsworthy. It's forward, and that's going to squirt off down towards third man. It's a bit of jeopardy in this, playing the weather, isn't it? It's certainly making for entertaining cricket at the moment.
It is.
Goldsworthy moves on to 11, 44 for 2.
Reminds me very, very vividly and strongly of this game last year.
Yes,
when
which I
roles
can't
were
remember
reversed.
any of it. It's
Reversed.
funny, isn't it? Although
Somerset were desperate for the game to finish before Surrey could get to their 10 overs.
Although, to be fair, I can't really remember what happened yesterday. Is in over the wicket comes Dunn to Renshaw, driving for 4. It's just a lovely shot again from Renshaw. A little bit of width from Matthew Dunn, but Renshaw on the up. Just dealing in boundaries at the moment. That's his 4th. Renshaw's on to 16. 48 for 2. Somerset at the end of the 7th over. The hilarity in all of this will be if it doesn't rain. Because either way, we'll probably get 25 overs in, and it will be 301 plays, 302. The way we're going at the moment. 48 for 2.
Well, Somerset well ahead of where Surrey were at the same stage in their innings. Surrey finishing their 10 over power play on 43 for 2. Still 24 behind where they ought to be to equal the DLS par. Laws is going to bowl in 49 for 2. Goldsworthy on to 12. Spend half our time looking at the play and the other half looking at the skies just to see. But I can't see anything particularly threatening at the moment, and my rainfall radar suggests that it's all happening to the north of us.
It might not get here.
It might not reach here. Laws going around the wicket to the left-handed Renshaw, who drives away through the offside for 4 more. He's got his eye in as Matt Renshaw. That's his 5th 4.
50 on Somerset.
And Somerset's 50 is on the board. 53 for 2. Renshaw on to 20 from just 12 deliveries with 5 4s. It's dealing in boundaries.
This is excellent stuff from Renshaw. He came running out there, and he looked lively before he'd faced a ball. That's what's going on down, you can see on the live stream, beyond the pavilion.
There's Lawson and bowls. And he's bowled him. He's bowled him. That is the end of Matt Renshaw, and I suspect the end of Somerset hopes. He wasn't going for a big shot. That one came back and went between bat and pad and clipped the top of the leg stump. Good ball from Tom Laws. That was bowler skill rather than batsman error.
Well, that's a terrific piece of bowling, isn't it? Again from Tom Laws, who just continues to impress every time he plays for Surrey, because he's just been punched off the back foot by Renshaw, and that one he's just jagged back and hit his leg stump. Terrific bit of bowling, it really is. And Renshaw there, he saw it and thought, right, here we go, I'll go again through extra cover, and it's just jagged back at him and hit his leg stump. So it's just a really good bit of bowling, that from Tom Laws. And well, it's entertaining this at the moment. 53 for 3, and even if it doesn't rain, Mr. Gibson, the rate we're going, be finished early anyway, either way.
Yep.
So, yes, it's just a good bit of bowling that from Tom Laws. And Renshaw has gone for 20. And out comes George Bartlett into the middle. But as I say, Tom Laws continues to impress. Every time he's one of these that, and I said it to Jeremy Coney, who sort of raised his eyebrows at me, but he's got a lovely knack of taking wickets, as Tom Laws, which I know sounds a strange thing to say for a bowler, but he has, and he actually sometimes takes them with not very good deliveries as well, but he does pick up wickets, and good ones as well.
Some bowlers do. I mean, the obvious one with the Somerset connections.
IT both of them.
Yeah. So George Bartlett is the new batsman. Tom Laws bowls to him and it just drops this into the offside. And I think Somerset can forget any thoughts of getting up above the Duckworth-Lewis par score inside 10 overs, because it now stands at 102. So they've either got to pray for rain, torrential rain in the next 10 minutes, or settle down and chase down 302. Laws to Bartlett, who gets one that comes back into him and wanders down the pitch rather aimlessly and has to regain his ground in a hurry as the throw comes in from Ben Geddes, who must be very happy, the Surrey captain, with the way things are going.
Yeah, very much so. My favourite Ian Botham spell of bowling was his World Cup 92 against Australia on one leg, where he bowled medium pace and picked up a four-for.
Laws bowls. Ooh,
oh,
goodness me. Goodness me, that's left alone by Bartlett. And how that missed the off stump, I do not know. We'll see a replay of it. Yes, we are. In a second. The live stream here is excellent.
Oh, well, there we are.
Famous last words.
But no, there's two types of leave, they always say, don't they? Here it comes from Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. Oh, it's gone over the top of his off stump. It's a good leave, that, from Bartlett. It really is. Tom Laws in a game, the last game, championship against Warwickshire. Tom Laws, I can't remember who the bowler was, but it was a quick bowler. He played forward, hit the middle of his off stump, cannoned off past third slip for 4, and the bail didn't come off. Never seen anything like it. Literally hit plumb flush in the middle of his off stump.
Popped it up in the air and it landed back in the...
Extraordinary. Conor McCur's into the attack down below us from the Vauxhall end to bowl the 9th over, and cut away up and over the top of cover point, and away for 4 by Goldsworthy. Almost took the umpire with it, who stood out there at cover point at the moment. Lively start. You can't take your eye off this for a second. Goldsworthy's on to 16, 57 for 3. But he's up on his toes, cracking that one. Away for 4 runs. Seems to be something happening every ball at the moment. 57 for 3. Conor McCur has been terrific in this competition this season. He's in, goes back of a length to Goldsworthy. He's in behind a back of a length delivery, playing it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run, but he's the leading wicket taker for Surrey in this competition this season is Conor McCur. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 wickets for Conor McCur in the comp so far. His spell at Radlett was outstanding. Comes in once again over the wicket, and Goldsworthy's turning this one down into the leg side. There is no run, so the 3 wickets to have gone. James Rue caught behind off Laws for 3, then Umi caught behind off Matthew Dunn for 12, and Matt Renshaw bowled by Tom Laws for 20. Conor McCur comes marching back towards us once more. One slip in there. Ryan Patel, as McCur is over the wicket to Goldsworthy. Forward he goes, pushes this one into the offside. Laws is up to do the fielding, and there is no run. So still dry here in South London at the Kia Oval. Rain elsewhere, but dry here. Community day here on Friday for the game against Gloucestershire. Lots of clubs and schools, complimentary tickets. So I think the forecast for Friday is very good. As in over the wicket goes Conor McCurr, driving his Goldsworthy straight up the ground. And very neat and tidy shot that from Lewis Goldsworthy. Fielding's done by Matthew Dunn. Moving away to his right. Next up for Somerset, Mr. Gibson.
Sussex on Friday at 2
Hove.
o'clock.
At Hove?
No,
back at Taunton.
With the
floodlit game.
Festival,
Of course, you mentioned the beer. Oh my goodness, it's a 2 o'clock start for the Beer and Cider Festival as well.
I think the joint will be rocking
on a Friday.
7 or 8 o'clock.
Wow. Short ball from Conor McCurr is pulled by Lewis Goldsworthy for 4. And he's jumped all over that. We've seen anything short today has been put away, and Goldsworthy's jumped all over that, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. End of the 9th over. So 1 more to go, and we've got a game on our hands. And 61 for 3 now. Somerset. But also 2 o'clock start on Friday against Sussex. On a lovely hot sunny day, cracking game of cricket and the Beer and Cider Festival.
Yep.
Can't ask for more than that. In Taunton. Wow.
I think in our commentary gazebo we might be a bit in the firing
You
line.
might well be, yes, without a doubt.
Right, we've got another over from Tom Laws from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Bartlett, who stuns that into the offside. Yes, it's Somerset. It will be again, whatever happens this afternoon. Somerset will be desperate to win at home to give the Somerset faithful something really to cheer. They played well against Middlesex, but the bottom line was that was an 8th consecutive loss. Laws bowls, and Bartlett does his best to get an edge on that, but misses it as it flies through to wicket-keeper Josh Blake.
And the thing with Laws is he's quicker than he looks as well. He hurried time than
Does he
you
get into
actually
the first
have.
choice county championship?
He does at the moment.
Here he is to Bartlett. Oh, Yorker appeal for LBW. Oh, maybe just doing a little bit too much. Oh, it's a good delivery. Much too good for George Bartlett, but maybe just a little bit too much angle. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it's going down.
Yeah. It's good bowling
Going
again.
down, but it's through the batsman onto his pad. Tries again. Laws to Bartlett. He lets that go. Again, not far away from the top of his off stump. And again, Tom Laws has his hands on his head. I think that one cleared the off stump by some margin. He's getting quite a lot of bounce. Nice high action as Tom Laws. What is he, about 6 foot 1, 6 foot 2?
Yeah, and it's just a nice, easy, repeatable action, isn't it? There's no great histrionics to it. Not a huge run-up.
Strongly built. He's built a bit like Lewis Goldsworthy. No, Lewis Gregory, Lewis Gregory. This is punched into the offside by Bartlett. Nice shot, but won't get a run as it's fielded by Geddes at extra cover. Yes, he's similar build, a good pair of shoulders on him like Lewis Gregory. And bowls a similar pace as well.
No, he's certainly impressed. There's Tom Laws.
61 for 3 in the 10th over. After this ball, we have a game and a result as Bartlett turns this square, 2 deep square leg for a single. 62 for 3, and he's off the mark. Is George Bartlett, and that concludes the 10th over. So, in reply to Surrey's 43 for 2 in their first 10 overs, Somerset have come up with 62 for 3.
Well, we're saying this, but at the moment, we might get away with it, because how it's not raining at the moment is beyond me. But it isn't. So, we might get... The game might come to its natural conclusion here.
Well, I think, yes.
It's going to be Conor McCurr from the Vauxhall end.
Somerset going to need the mother and father of a partnership if they're going to get anywhere near.
They need it now, don't they?
With them only batting down to number 6, and number 6 is Josh Thomas, who's only 17.
Yes, exactly. So they need these two, really, you feel, as Conor McCurr is in and Bartlett's forward and driving out into the offside. This is the start of the 11th over. There's no run. A lot of kids here today, which is nice to hear. I wonder if people are possibly migrating towards this ground from Lord's. I don't think they'll get back out there again today. I suppose Ollie Pope could come over and continue his innings here. As waiting once again is Bartlett on one, as Conor McCurr is into him. And Bartlett, whoa, that takes off. Good length, just wide outside the off stump. It's pushed at it, but it's taken off.
What's the thinking in Surrey about the team, assuming Surrey get through to the final? Will they field this sort of team, or will they fill up the team with first team regulars?
If they got to the final of this competition,
which is in, when is it?
It's at the end of the month, isn't it? I think it comes around very quick. Yeah, I think it's only a few days after the semi from memory. As in over the wicket comes McCurr, and this is pushed down towards third man by Bartlett, and they'll pick up a single. On to 2 goes Bartlett, 63 for 3. Well, I know for a fact they'd just keep the 12-13 that have done the business for them in this competition. Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think I'm right in saying that. So the last games are Tuesday in the group stage. Then the semis are the Saturday, I think. And the final will be the week after. It's having a big old drive here is Goldsworthy. Beats the outside edge. Taken by Blake away to his right-hand side. Pretty sure it's a midweek final, isn't it? At Trent Bridge. It was last year anyway.
No, I think, haven't they moved it to a Saturday?
Oh, have they moved it to a Saturday? So it'll be the week after. So sort of that first weekend of September, I would have thought. But yeah, I'm absolutely sure that they'll just stick with the players that have done the business for them. But they've got a long way to go there, Surrey. As in
I thought so.
In over the wicket again comes McCurr, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Goldsworthy, down to backward point, and there is no run.
17th of September.
Oh, well, again, with the schedule, isn't that marvellous, eh? So the semi-final, you've got to wait 3 weeks.
Hence why that's why I asked the question.
No, they'd stick with this group, but you've got to wait 3 weeks for the final. Because last year it was all sort of in the same time.
It was.
Yeah.
But it is at least on Saturday.
Yeah, there is no logic, is there? As this is up on the toes of Goldsworthy, who plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. 11 gone. 63 for 3, so very tight last 3 overs. Just singles off them, overs 9, 10 and 11. 63 for 3. Somerset in pursuit of 303. I did not realise that, because last year I was very fortunate to do both. Well, one of the semis and the final. And I remember it was a very quick turnaround.
It was,
yeah.
It was. And I think they were criticised for that, the ECB.
Were they?
And for holding the final on a Thursday.
Right, okay, so they found a Saturday,
so they found
3
Saturday
weeks
in
after
September,
the semis.
which means that the 2 finalists' supporters have got reasonable opportunity to get tickets and transport, accommodation. New over from the pavilion end. It's Matthew Dunn coming back into the attack.
Right in the middle of that block of county championship games as well.
It is.
Yeah, so that'll be a nice thing to have when you had hard 4 days and then you've got to head off.
Well, except there won't be very many of these Surrey players playing in the county championship.
No, but all I'm saying is for whoever gets to that final.
As this is pushed back up the pitch, it's unlikely Surrey are going to get to the final.
Yeah, I think so, but whoever does, what I'm saying is you've waited 3 weeks for it and then you're in the middle of the county championship again. Oh, is it raining?
No, don't think it is yet, but it's looking very ominous.
But we've been saying that for the last 45 minutes, Mr. Gibson.
63 for 3. As Dunn comes smoothly in and bowls, and Bartlett just opens the face on that and runs it down to Amar Verdi at third man. Verdi who bowled for Somerset up at Southport against in the game up there against Lancashire in the county championship.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, so Saturday, September the 17th, the semis, and then Tuesday, the semis are Tuesday, August the 30th, and then Saturday, September the 17th is the final.
Exactly.
Bit of a wait, isn't it?
Dunn to Goldsworthy, who finds a gap on the offside. Picks up a single, 65 for 3. You can see the rain now mark away to...
Yeah, it's over Crystal Palace. It's definitely raining there at the moment. Patrick Vieira will be getting wet. But here it's dry.
Not sure it's going to be dry for very much longer.
Keep the faith, Mr. Gibson. Keep the faith.
Well, there's no good me wishing for rain at this, because
no.
if the rain comes now and the game is finished, then Surrey have won. Dunn bowls and Bartlett's going for a quick single, and that's well judged. As Reefer picks up from...
All I would say is there do seem to be some people taking a bit of cover at the moment, and there are a few umbrellas going up. But it might just be a short, sharp shower.
Doesn't look like it.
No, I'm trying to stay positive here for the cricket, Mr. Gibson. I really am. I've got a horrible feeling, though, this is what Lords have been getting.
There's a building over it.
I can't actually see into the... you always know you're in trouble.
Disappearing into the gloom.
The Crystal Palace antenna, can't see that now.
Is done in and bowls a bouncer. That'll be given as a wide. Now, why is that a wide and not a no ball?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? There's been a few discussions about that this season.
67 for 3.
Oh, that's good, isn't it? Look, I think they're here with the sponsor, and they've been given the sponsor's umbrellas away there to our right, because 6 or 7 purple umbrellas have gone up.
Yep.
Away to our right-hand side.
And the people in the exclusive...
they're going into Montpellier.
Going into the Montpellier
yeah.
bar. Lounge, I'm sure it's the lounge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dunn bowls, but it again picks up a quick single into the offside, and 67 for 3 at the end of that over, and I think they're going off.
Oh dear. Now this doesn't look terribly optimistic. I'm going to try and stay optimistic, but everything seems to be disappearing at the moment, doesn't it? And it's getting darker and darker and darker at the moment. And you can probably hear that now. I think we've done very well to get this far, to be honest with you.
Looks to me like... Well, we may get some more play, but who knows? As things stand, Surrey would win by 43 runs.
Now that noise you can hear is the sound of the rain, everybody. Yeah, well, that's how heavy it's coming down. Surrey players are already in the dressing room. I haven't seen them move that quick for ages. Like a rat up a drain pipe. The Surrey players to stay dry there. So, covers are coming on. We'll take a break and we'll keep you up to date with what's happening with the weather. And if we get back out there, fingers crossed, we will be back with you. But with 12 overs having gone, and just to give you an idea of where they needed to be, on 113. And they're on 68. So Somerset. So if we do get abandoned, this will be a win for Surrey. But it's been an entertaining 12 overs, that it really has, hasn't it? It's great.
I rather fear this is going to turn out to be Somerset's 9th defeat on the trot, which will be the worst run in their one-day cricket history.
And on that optimistic note, with the rain absolutely bouncing down now, we'll be back with you if and when we get back out there. But with the rain falling off the 12 overs at Somerset, 68 for 3, we'll leave you here on the Surrey live stream and on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Somerset, with Somerset 68 for 3.
This is Anthony Gibson at the Oval. I've got an interview with Casey Aldridge, who took his first 5-wicket haul here today with 5 for 50.
Yesterday, 1.
Let's try again. It sounds as if it's working all right.
Yesterday, 1. Yesterday, 1. Yesterday, 1.
Let's try again. It sounds as if it's working all right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So far today, is it not? Interesting statistic, is it not? And hopefully everything will get growing again. It's all looking very lovely at the moment, I must say. Misty, wet and green, just how Somerset should be.
One.
Well, Casey Aldridge, obviously. Well, it's Anthony again. This time I hope I really do have the Casey Aldridge interview.
1.
Well, Casey Aldridge, obviously a disappointing finish to the game with the weather really being the only winner. I know, sorry, technically the winners. But you must be very pleased taking a 5 for here at the Oval.
Yeah, of course. Like, from looking back at sort of last year's comp, and I feel I'm coming a long way now from just growing, like getting used to bowling more and more and more. Even just little things, putting the ball in the right area just as much as I can. Not sort of focusing on pace too much at the moment, but obviously I feel I've got more in the tank for seasons to come. I think it's just really exciting at the minute. Yeah, it's a good day.
You're leading the attack effectively now. Are you enjoying that?
Yeah, of course. It's always nice to get the new ball. Again, I've not done a lot of it in the last few years, so yeah, to get the new ball for captain and also use it to my best of my ability is just really pleasing. I'm not wasting it.
I mean, from the sidelines, it looks as if you're bowling better with almost every game that goes past, and certainly much better than last season.
Yeah.
What's made the difference?
I think just time bowling, to be honest. A few technical changes last year, which have really done me well. I've been working with curbs like tight as well, so yeah, a few technical changes, trying to keep the body fresh, just growing up. It's always tough coming into sort of the squad from schools. I think it's really tough for young bowlers, injury-wise, still growing up. But yeah, I think just time.
Yesterday, 1.
Let's try again. It sounds as if it's working all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's raining at Langport. We've had 21.5 millimetres
so far today,
Yeah,
up
fine.
to about
Scrub that.
5:30,
Scrub that,
which
sorry.
is more
Cut
than
that.
we had in the whole of July, which is